Hope everyone is looking forward to the show. Obviously, the big news is Paddy Pimblett and Tony Ferguson. That's the news that's kind of doing the rounds in the UFC world. Tony Ferguson, it was believed, was being reported and rumored, was on the verge of being released by UFC. I didn't see any confirmation of that, but there was lots of chatter that Tony Ferguson was on his way out the door. And now it looks like we've found at least one more match for him, and that would be Paddy Pimblett. Now, the Paddy Pimblett fight, I think, is going to be a really, really good fight. This is a great test for both guys. This is actually a big test for Paddy Pimblett. One of the things that Paddy has been accused of has been like ducking some of the bigger names. And he's been accused of just kind of like biding his time, taking easy fights, kind of trying to raise his profile, which, you know, I mean, for a new fighter who's only been in like a couple of years, if that, it's probably not the worst thing to do, to be honest. I don't really, it's not an argument that I'm on board with. I think that Paddy is someone that has limitations. I think he's someone that is trying to get the most out of his career. I don't think he's anywhere near as great as the hype train builds him up to be, but I think that there is a good fighter there, and I think that there is someone that's UFC quality there, and I think that if I was in his shoes, I would want to be like taking my time and honing my skills and, you know, kind of taking it a step at a time. That's why this fight is so interesting, because he's taking on Tony Ferguson, who is, I don't want to say washed, but he is certainly suffered a major decline. But a major decline for Tony Ferguson, it's hard to know where his level is at, right? You know, a major decline for Tony Ferguson means that he's fallen from being a challenger to now maybe not being able to beat someone in the top 10, maybe not being able to beat someone in the top 15. Maybe he's not UFC quality now. We don't actually know. Like, we don't, it's hard to get a read as to where Tony Ferguson is at, like, level-wise. He's just dropped like a stone, so it's hard to know whereabouts he's landed. So this is a really good fight, man. It's a really good fight. It's a name for Paddy Pimblett. There will still be people saying that Paddy only takes wash fighters, broken fighters, you know, people that aren't UFC quality. That conversation will still be there. And that's fine. But there's no denying this is the highest profile fight of his career. There's no denying that Tony Ferguson is a name. And there's no denying that for both guys, that's a gamble. This is a gamble. This is a gamble for Tony Ferguson, because if he can't beat Paddy Pimblett, he might be done. I mean, there was lots of rumors that he was done anyway. So if he can't beat Paddy Pimblett, that's going to be a real issue. And for Paddy, if he can't beat what is regarded as a washed-up fighter, like, I'm not saying he's done, but that's a big problem. Even if it is Tony Ferguson, who a lot of people really appreciate and still have like strong feelings for, like, it's a good fight. It's a good fight. So I'm really looking forward to it. It's not a fight I was expecting, but it's a fight that I'm welcoming. And as I said, you know, I think there's something there for both guys to lose. It's kind of like a high stakes fight in many ways. Like, as we said, if Tony Ferguson loses, actually, let's have a look at the tapology for Ferguson. Because off the top of my head, I don't know what his like current run looks like, but I know that it's not good. It's probably like 5 losses. Let's have a look. 6 losses. Oh my God. 6 losses. So he lost to 6 losses in a row, man. 6 losses in a row. Shows how high he was, doesn't it? Shows how high. I mean, like, there's not many people that the UFC will tolerate having 6 losses in a row. But Tony Ferguson has not won a fight since June of 2019. And that was against Cowboy. So he's not won a fight against anyone since 2019. He was going to have that fight in April against Khabib, but it fell through. That fight fell through many times but fell through. And then he ends up facing Gaethje. So he takes on Justin Gaethje in May. And that was the big turning point. That was the moment where it all came crumbling down. And you know what? It's really cruel if you look at it, because his next fight was against Charles Oliveira, and that was in the December of 2020. And we saw this as a way of him bouncing back, and he didn't. He ended up losing by decision, unanimous decision against Charles Oliveira, right? Which in retrospect is actually not a bad result to get unanimous decision against Charles Oliveira. We know what Oliveira would go on to achieve. He would go on to get the title. He would go on to be a monstrous champion. So Tony Ferguson, losing to Gaethje, there's no shame in that. Losing to Charles Oliveira, there's no shame in that. The problem that he's got is that he can't turn it around. He takes on Beneil Dariush, and for me, this was the moment that he should have got the win. I mean, I really like. Let's see if this is any better. There we go. Boom. That should be. Hopefully, that should fix it. So yeah, we were just talking about the cards, about Tony Ferguson. We were talking about Ferguson Pimlet. We were just having a quick look at the Leon Edwards cards. Maybe I opened too many windows. Perhaps I was doing a bit too much there, because I've already got like a few windows open for the stream. So that lag might have been my bads. That might have been my bads. But yes, anyway, we are only 18 minutes away from the start of this card, you know. It's another one of those early Apex cards. And yeah, I don't know. It's hard to get excited, isn't it? It's hard to get excited about an Apex show. Certainly when we've been in France and it's been bouncing, it's been rocking. And, you know, we've been into like Las Vegas where we saw that great fight last week with Grasso Shevchenko. It's one of the best women's fights I've ever seen. It was absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I do think that it was a robbery. I do think that looking at it, Shevchenko should have won. I had Shevchenko winning by a round, but to be honest, I said you could have gone either way. I think if you'd had Grasso win, fine. If you had Shevchenko win, fine. The one actually that doesn't make sense is the draw. And looking at the scorecards, that last round that was a 10-8 has caused quite a bit of controversy. So it's funny, isn't it, how we said it could go either way, but the scorecard that's upset people the most is the draw. That's the one that's upset people, because they only got the draw because of that 10-8 final round. So, yeah, there's, as we said, a lot to get our teeth into. Comb Cobra saying, does Tony retire if he wins? That's a really, really good question. It's a really good question, because I think I feel like it's quite, wow, is it? I was going to say it's quite obvious he retires if he loses, because that would be 7 losses in a row. But Tony Ferguson he's all heart, and he doesn't really have that give. I mean, infamously, like, you know, he's just to make Tony Ferguson quit is just, you know, nigh on impossible. He's got heart, he's got fight, he's a dog, he digs deep. You know, is someone going to have to tell him his time's up, or will he know? Because he might just keep working and keep going. So even if he loses, I'm not sure that he will call it quits, because I don't know that he can call it quits. Someone might have to do it for him. Someone like in the UFC might have to say, look, if you lose, we are going to cut you. So if you lose, it's best you leave your gloves in the octagon. That way you can retire and you can go out on your terms. Otherwise, you know, we just don't have any other matches for you. Like, it might take that conversation to get him to actually leave his gloves in the ring. So if he loses, I've got to think that would be it. 7 losses in a row. I know the guy's a legend, but he hasn't won since 2019. But, you know, chances are his next fight will be in 2024 after this. That would be 5 years. He hasn't won in 5 years. Like, how long do you keep going? So if he loses, I would think someone will be having that conversation. If he wins, this is what makes it so interesting. If he wins, where does he go from here? Where does he go? I think it's in his blood. He's a fighter. This is what he was born to do. This. If he retires, what else is he gonna do? Like he train, I suppose, because he's a fighter. So again, I can't see him giving up. I can't see him retiring if he wins because I just don't see that in him. I don't see him being the kind of person that can voluntarily leave his gloves in the octagon. So I'm going to say that if he wins, I think he tries to grind out some more fights, which he may end up losing, and then maybe someone has that conversation. But I don't know. Who knows psychologically how much this has took out of him? I mean, this must have been hard. You've gone from challenging for a world title, press conferences, it was all done, posters, everything was made. You against Khabib, world title. You've gone from that to now taking on Paddy Pimblett. But no shame in facing Paddy Pimblett. He's a decent name, but we're not talking about someone that's knocking on the door for a title, are we? It may never knock on the door for a title, Paddy Pimblett. So it's a hell of a fall. Psychologically, what's that going to have done to him? Maybe he could just be mentally exhausted. I mean, it's been incredible to watch. So maybe he's ready to call quits on his career. It's a great question. If he wins, what does he do? If he loses, what does he do? TD McInturf said, would you ever appear in an event for like a local or smaller wrestling company? I was doing, to be honest. It depends. I always find that a bit... Does anyone else find that a bit cringe? I always find it a bit cringe. You know how I feel about people that aren't wrestlers or aren't fighters being at these events, right? I ain't getting in a ring. Forget that, right? Because when it comes to... I mean, for a smaller company, I suppose you could make the argument, who gives a flip, right? But so for a smaller company, maybe, but... probably still not getting in the ring. I'd love to do I don't know, I'd be up for doing guest commentating or guest ring announcing or just something along those lines. But I always find it a bit cringe. I ain't anyone. This ain't anything. This is just us hanging out on a Saturday night. Just let the people that do it week in, week out, whose job it is to do that, let them do it. Do you know what I mean? It's their job. Let them learn and develop and grow and maybe go on to the next stages in their careers. And these people that just come in and just faff around for a bit, I don't like it. People know how I feel about celebrities in pro wrestling. There's a place for them, definitely. But for me, it ain't the ring. I love what we did with at WrestleMania 1, where we had Cyndi Lauper. She was a manager. We didn't have Cyndi Lauper against the Fabulous Moolah. She was the manager of a wrestler, and she was one of the biggest pop stars in the day. Muhammad Ali was guest referee, and he enforced the rules, stayed on the outside for the main match. We brought in Liberace as guest timekeeper, and all these celebrities were there to watch Hulk Hogan. And granted, Mr. T was in the ring, right? I do think Mr. T, I still don't like it, right? But it was a little bit of an exception. It was a different time. The kayfabe was a lot stronger than it is now. So people didn't know if it was real, if it wasn't real. There was obviously lots of whispers, but it's not like it is now. And the other thing as well is that Mr. T played one of the strongest guys on TV, and he had been a boxer in Rocky 3. So he was very much portrayed as a strong man, as a strong guy. So for him to be Hulk Hogan's partner in an era where people didn't really know if it was real or not real, I think is okay. I can cope with it. That is one that I can take. I can cope with it, right? Where I struggle is things like Bad Bunny, who is a singer, right, who comes in and wins a street fight against Damian Priest. That just doesn't make any sense to me. No one can ever make that make sense to me. I think that's a disgrace, to be honest. I suppose in a way, Logan I can take because he's done boxing with Floyd Mayweather. So like Logan Paul, we know what the Paul brothers are like. We know that they're into their fighting. We know that Logan has had 8 rounds with Floyd. He's had 2 fights with KSI. I know that he trains, is in great shape, great physical conditioning, very athletic. That's one that I can cope with. And, you know, in all fairness, he's been stepping in the ring. He's been doing really well. And he's been losing to the big names. He's been losing to Seth, losing to Roman. Didn't lose to Ricochet, but they did a good job of explaining why. You know, there was someone that gave him a ring or some brass knucks or whatever. So, you know, you can kind of swallow that. He hasn't come in and he's just beating wrestlers clean. So I can sort of take that one. I still don't like it, but I can sort of take that one. But yeah, people I think know how I feel about outsiders coming in. I'm not a fan of it. And you only have to look at WrestleMania 1 as a great example, I think, of how to use celebrities at a show like this or any kind of wrestling show. Right. I'm going to try and get to the chat. You should watch Collision tonight, says Logan. It's never happening, but... Kian said, where do you think Raw and NXT will end up once the USA deals end? Apparently it's rumoured they could go to Amazon Prime, Disney Plus, or Peacock. I don't know. I don't know because I don't know the offers. It really depends as to what's on the table, and that's not information we get shown. So, like, they could go to Amazon, they could go to Disney, they could go to anywhere, literally anywhere. And I think those rumors are just that. They're just rumors. I mean, I'm not aware of anyone having seen anything concrete to say that Raw's going to go to a certain place. I think it's just more the conversation of it could go here. It could be prepared that it could be going to not even a TV channel. It could be going to a streaming service like Disney Plus that don't have like a channel on TV. So I think it's more just speculation on that front. I'm not aware of anyone knowing of any specific bids from anyone in particular. So it's just pie in the sky stuff. There was no word or rumor about SmackDown going to USA Network before it got announced. There was nothing. These negotiations are high-level negotiations, and I don't think the average person that works in WWE is privy to them. So, like, a lot of information comes out from the guy that drives the truck, or the guy that works on the soundboard, or the makeup artist, or the runner that goes and gets drinks for people backstage, or the person that's, will set up the pyro. Like, there's like a million different people that work on a WWE show. So there's a million different people that can talk about what they've heard. But I think these negotiations around new TV deals, they're done at such a high level that they're away from all of those people. They're away from the wrestlers. They're in amongst the executives. That it's like a board level. And, I just don't think Dave Meltzer, Sean Ross Sapp, or anyone like that has got any of those contacts. So, we're just not privy to that information. So I don't know. Anything I was to say would just be pure speculation. William said, what if Endeavour approached you to be a commentator for the Euro WWE or be the official streamer with access? Yeah, it would be very difficult for me because that does sound like something that's a great opportunity and something that I think that I could do fairly well. I'd have confidence that I could do a good job and make that a good product. I would give obviously my all, and I would try and improve and try and learn and, whatever I could do to make it the best product possible, So that would definitely, not being in a ring and not really getting in anyone's way and actually trying to make it a good product. I mean, I do listen to a lot of commentators that for me personally, I just don't think are quite, I think they're fine, but I don't think they're a good fit. Let's put it that way. And it could be the same for me. If I was to get an opportunity like that, it might turn out that I'm not a good fit for it as well. And it might be that I'm quite good here in this more casual, more relaxed environment where we can talk and we can interact. But put me on a proper TV show like that, and maybe I'm just, it doesn't work. It doesn't click. So I don't know. I don't know how it would be. I don't know if I'd be any good. I'd give it my all. I know that much. And would I be interested in that? I think it'd be a hard one to pass up that. For like NXT Europe, and like you could do the commentating for it. I think that would be a difficult one to pass up. But I would be wanting to still continue doing the streams. The problem would be, though, if you're employed by WWE, you can't really criticize the company then, which would really hurt the streams. Because the one thing I always am is honest to a fault, to the point where I upset people sometimes, because I'm honest about what I'm seeing. And I mean, that would be difficult. It's not that I would lie. It's just I would have to maybe start ignoring the stuff that I didn't like maybe not speak about the stuff that I didn't like. Maybe I should do that now. If I don't like it, just don't say anything about it, kind of a situation. But I don't know. Where's the fun in that? Do you know what I mean? You've got to be honest about what you're watching. So, yeah, I think if I was to go and work with WWE, it would have to change the streams, because you can't criticize the company that you're working for, can you? The company that's paying you your wages. So there would be a conflict of interest. And the only way I could think around it would be to not lie. I couldn't do that to you guys, right? I couldn't come on and like be telling you stuff that's just complete nonsense. I would just have to stay quiet about the stuff that and only praise the stuff. And if anyone was like, what do you think about that celebrity match? I'd just be like, well, definitely happened, didn't it? Well, it's definitely, I saw it. It definitely happened. That's what I can say about it. I don't know. There would definitely be a conflict there. Definitely be a conflict. I don't watch UFC, but I'm here for days. AJG, shout out to you. Yeah, we've started just a few minutes early. Not for any reason. I just really wanted to talk about Tony Ferguson, Paddy Pimblett, and I didn't know if we were going to get a chance. So we've kind of done that. And now we're only 3 minutes away from going over to UFC Fight Pass and the early prelims. I'm saying it like that because I don't actually know if there are any. I know that the show starts at 9, which is 4 in America. I don't think that's changed. No. Yeah, 9. So that should mean that we will be getting going very, very soon. Where's Fight Pass? There it is. I just need to load it up. What channel are you watching this on? Wrestling God. First of all, it's going to be on UFC Fight Pass. They tend to do at least a fight or two on there. Then it will go on to wherever UFC is shown. So I believe in America it's ESPN. Here in the UK it is TNT Sports, and I believe it's TNT Sports 3 tonight. So it's going to be shown on there. But the coverage doesn't actually start on ESPN or TNT for about an hour or so. Just got to wait a little bit first. So the first fights will be on UFC Fight Pass. Get rid of that. Lovely. What did you say about Paddy and Tony? I want to see Tony win and then retire, says John. Yeah, I really like the fight. I think it's a gamble for both guys. I would love to see Tony win and retire, but the question that I was asking was, would he? I mean, Tony is all about heart and fighting and digging deep and just, he's a soldier, man. He's a soldier. He's just in the trenches, isn't he? It's hard to see him go, that's me done. It's a hard thing to picture him doing. Going, do you know what? I've got to be honest with myself. This is the end of the road. I know I'm not moving as good. Like, that's a level of rational thinking I don't know Tony Ferguson possesses. I don't know that he's capable of doing that. I don't know that he's capable of going, do you know what? It's the end of the road for me. Like, I could see him beating Paddy and then going, come on, like, give me a rank fighter. I'm on my way back. Like, yeah, I'd love to see him win and retire, but I'm not going to hold my breath. I agree. I would be willing to take over the channel, says William. Maybe that would be a way forwards. Days, have you tasted the new Red Bull Juniper Berry? Have I tasted the new Red Bull Juniper Berry? No, I haven't. I'm not really drinking Red Bull because I'm crazy about the taste. So, like, I don't know, maybe that would be a better taste and maybe I'd enjoy it a bit more. But no, I tend to do it just to get that kind of, hit of caffeine, really. My sleep's all, like, messed up. I mean, I've only been awake about an hour and 15 minutes. So I've had something to eat, set the stream up, and here I am. So mentally, I'm still in the process of waking up right now. Like, this is like, it'd be like waking up at like 7:30 in the morning and then starting to stream at like quarter to 9. After having like something to eat and everything and setting the stream up and whatever. So, you're still kind of in that little bit groggy stage. That's where I am right now. So that's why sometimes like I need to speed that process up with a Red Bull. It's not because I'm loving it. But I don't know, maybe I'll try the Juniper one. Maybe that'll be a little nicer. You kind of get used to the taste, to be honest. It's a little bit like drinking lager. When you're young and you drink lager, I mean, certainly for me, I just couldn't take to it. I started on cider first. And then when I started drinking like lager, the first, first few times it was a bit of a chore. But then you get used to it. And like now I couldn't drink cider. It's too sweet. I'd need to drink, I drink lagers, I drink IPAs, I drink whatever, right? Whatever I can get my hands on. But when I first started when I was young, like trying to drink lager at first, you was like, oh God, I don't like this. I think a lot of people don't like the taste of it at first. It's very Moorish, innit? It's very addictive. Serious note, Miss Clown would be amazing. I'm just saying that man has 100% my support, says William. Have you, I love Miss Clown, yes. Have you ever heard of Assie McKee? I haven't, no. What's, Corey, what is Assie McKee? Is that some sort of adult channel to do with buttocks? I'm guessing it is. Knowing Corey as well as I do, I can only imagine that it's some sort of subscription service to old men and their wrinkly buttocks. Assie McGee. Shout out to you, Corey. Change the characters. Change the characters. I will do that, but I don't think I can do it until the fight's a little bit closer. Paddy will wreck Tony, said red, white, and red. A nice medicated powder gets rid of Gamrot. Does feel that way, doesn't it? Yeah. Right, we've got Brandon Fitzgerald, we got Michael Bisping, and we've got Dominic Cruz. So that is Bisping, though. I like Bisping. Chrome said, what's your thoughts on the Aljo rematch thing versus the Adesanya rematch? What's my thoughts on the Aljo rematch thing against the versus the... what's the question? Hang on, I don't quite get the question. Are we saying which match would be better? Is that what we're asking? Is that what we're asking? Which rematch would we prefer to see, or should they be happening, or what's the give me the deets. They're just running down the main cards. What's your opinion on the Leon fight? I really like the Leon fight. I think that it's not the fight that Leon wants. He doesn't think that Colby is worthy. I think that Colby is someone, though, that has proven to spark interest, generate interest. Colby is a character. I would say that Colby is around the title. I mean, I grew up with pro wrestling, right? And transitioned my appreciation of fighting into the UFC, right? So my base is a professional wrestling base. And so for me, they don't have rankings there. And challengers do arrive out of nowhere. So I'm very, very used to watching and supporting a product that has challenges, it's scripted, and challenges just pop up when and wherever, right? Someone can be like, Logan Paul just said a few bits about Roman Reigns. Next thing you know, they're having a match for the title, right? So in UFC, I understand that it's different. I really like how UFC does it. I love rankings. I love, win streaks and all of that sort of stuff. And I appreciate that there are people that you could argue are further ahead and more deserving than Colby Covington. But I would say that for me, Colby Covington is in the conversation. Now, whether he should go away and have a number one contenders fight first, honestly, who cares? Who cares? I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I don't need him to go and have a number one contenders fight. If Leon is the champ and is good enough, just beat him. UFC want you to face this guy because this guy is money. He's money. He's a big name. He generates interest on social media. He's around the title. Maybe not strictly next in line, but he's around the title. And definitely in the conversation, someone that belongs in that main event scene, someone that, I just don't, it's not a problem for me, that. So the matchup doesn't bother me. I don't feel like, he doesn't deserve it and all this kind of stuff. Because as I said, I come from a pro wrestling base where that's just not a conversation, to be honest, anymore. And so, yeah, I very much think it'll be a good fight. And I think that, I haven't seen the odds. My guesses are that Leon would open as favourite. I don't think it would be a wide favourite. I think that Leon has just got a nice all-round skill set. We know that Colby has got abilities on the feet and on the ground as well. So we know that Colby has got an all-round skill set as well. But Leon hasn't given us any reason to kind of doubt him. Leon has just stepped in there with Kamaru Usman twice and emerged victorious twice. Now, you can certainly say he was losing the first fight, and if it weren't for the head kick, then he wouldn't have been champ, blah, 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 blah. But he landed the head kick, right? He got the belt. Then we do the rematch, and he wins again. So, there's no reason to go against Leon. I think that it'll be a good fight. I've got Leon as slight favourite. And obviously, as an English guy, I'll be rooting for Leon as well. So, yeah, I think it's a good fight. I'm down for it. I haven't seen much criticism for it. I haven't seen people laying into it, saying that it's trash or it's garbage or anything. I think people are pretty excited. I just want to have a look at Covington, see where we are with Colby Covington. Minty's bets. Minty has gone with Fiziev. Colby Chaos Covington. He has lost twice to Usman. So Leon Edwards has faced Usman twice in recent times, beat him twice. Colby Covington has faced Usman twice and lost twice, lost to him in 2019 and 2022. The only wins that Colby has got in recent years are Tyron Woodley, who's no longer with UFC, and Jorge Masvidal. And neither of those have aged well. So he beat Masvidal by unanimous decision. He beat Woodley in round 5 back in 2020. Before that, Robbie Lawler, RDA, Damian Maia. None of these are aging that well. None of them are aging well. Colby Covington this is a good fight for Leon, because Colby Covington is a good fighter, but his resume is not that great. And I think that Leon should have the ability to get past Colby Covington. So if I was Leon, I wouldn't be moaning about it. I'd be welcoming it, because it's a winnable fight for Leon. It's a winnable fight. And that's only, you don't want to get past Kamaru Usman twice and then lose at your very first defense that's not Kamaru Usman, So I've got Leon Edwards winning it. Leon's on an 11-fight win streak. I mean, in all fairness, you can look at Leon's resume and say that it's not strong as well. If you want to be, outside of the Usman wins, which are amazing, but outside of the Usman wins, A win over Nate Diaz in 2021 just ain't much to write home about. A win over RDA in 2019 ain't much to write home about. No contest against Bilal Muhammad in 2021. Gunnar Nelson in 2019. Cowboy in 2018. Maybe Cowboy in 2018 was better, but Cowboy was washed for certainly the last good few years of his career. But yeah, looking back at Leon's resume, it's not the strongest, but you can't help but admire those 2 wins over Kamaru Usman recently. Like, those 2 wins really stand out. Really stand out. I don't think there was many giving Leon a chance when he faced Kamaru Usman back in 2022 to win the title. Because this resume, it's not brilliant. It's not brilliant. But I think he should have enough to get past Colby Covington. And I think it'll be a really, really fun fight. Really fun fight. A lot of staying on the feet. I don't think that we'll go to the ground too much. I think that Leon will use his striking, keep it standing. Largely, he kept it standing with Kamaru, and got the job done. The first fight with Colby and Usman was a banger, said John. Red, White, and Red said, Leon, narrow fave, but Colby will take him down to death. He's got to get him down. I don't know what Leon's takedown defense is, actually, off the top of my head, but something in my head is telling me it's good. Something in my head. Can I go to UFC stats? Problem is, if I start doing a load of stuff like this, it might make the stream wobble. Something in my head is saying that he's... and a fighter name. Leon Edwards. The problem is, when you look at, like, takedown defense... When you look at takedown defense, it really depends as to who they've actually been in the octagon with, you know? And what kind of challenges they've... No, it's not. Oh. That might have been me. Might have been my bad. Leon Rocky Edwards. Good. Yes, 70% takedown defense. 70% takedown defense. That is not bad at all. That is not bad at all. Something in my head was saying his takedown defense was pretty solid. So I think, look, 5 rounds. I'm sure that Colby will get him down at some point. But by and large, this is going to stay on the feet. We've seen Colby exchanging shots with Kamaru Usman. We know that Colby can throw. I think that Usman will have the advantage. And if it does go down, I think that Colby is going to have to get him down a couple of times. Leon showed that he can get back to his feet quite quickly. So even if Colby gets him down, I think Leon will get back to his feet. I think that Colby has definitely got a chance of winning it. Oh, definitely, right? I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm just saying who is the more likely to win. If they were to face 10 times out of 10, who would win more times? I think it's Leon, like 7-3, maybe 6-4, but I think about like 7-3. So that's kind of where I would pitch it, which is why I think having Leon as just a slight favorite would make sense to me. I promise you, I've not seen the odds. I mean, I didn't even know we were having this conversation. I don't look at odds this far in advance. So I have not seen the odds. So my guess was Leon slight favorite. And if you're telling me that it is Leon slight favorite, that would make sense. But I am Will. Thank you for answering the question. Will, thank you. Days I am out here in West Cali, said LDTV. We're still tied for first on Tapology. Go Pads! Yes, everyone's tied on Tapology. I don't know if you're still able to join or not, but we do play the Tapology game where we've got a group and everything, and you can come along and join that group. So it's free to join. We're not sponsored by them, but you can come along and create a group, create your picks, fantasy game for UFC predictions game. It's all done on Tapology, so you don't have to work anything out. I don't have to work anything out. League table automatically updates. Beautiful. We got nearly 300 people in our group, which isn't bad. It's not bad. And we will try and jump over to it and refer to it. Keep an eye as to how proceedings are going. It's one of those that's like difficult because people don't tend to want to do it a week in advance because they think to themselves, oh, I'll just do it next week. But then people then forget, right? So what I would say is if you are interested, set it up now, do it now. I don't know if you can play along for this week, but you'll be good to go then for the future. So you just create an account, and then on the right-hand side, it's like you select the event, you pick who you think's going to win, and then it says join group, and just find Wrestling Days League. That's what you're looking for. So we do have plenty of people. There we go. Look, everyone joint first currently. Right, we should be going over to our first fight. We've just been killing a little bit of time. And so first fight should be coming up. Let's see if we can... Will it open it up? Yes, it will. Lovely. So first fight of the evening. 11 fights tonight. First fight of the evening is Vidal against Rendon. So Vidal is 1-0 in the UFC. Explosive, dynamic. She's got powerful knees in the clinch. She's young. She's only 25. She's going to have a slight experience advantage as well. She's had a few more fights than Rendon. And more importantly, she's had a fight in the UFC. Rendon is, I believe, short notice replacement. UFC debut, coming in from LFA. Big and strong, but slow, right? And she is got a nice 1-2. She's undefeated as well at 5-0. And so I have gone with Vidal here. I think Vidal is definitely the pick. She's minus 250. She's got strength as well. I mean, she's powerful as well. But as we said, she's 9 years younger. She's had a UFC fight before. She is explosive. She is dynamic. 87% of people on Tapology have gone with Vidal. 13% have gone with Rendon. And unfortunately, we are in the Apex this week. It's such a shame. This just feels, when you're in the Apex like this, it feels like a week that we've given up. That's how it feels. It feels like a week that we've just sort of gone, yeah, we haven't had a chance to find anywhere for this event, so we're just going to do it in the Apex. It just feels a bit like a cop-out, doesn't it? It does to me. Out and about. It's been so good. But either way, there's still some good fights on this card. There's going to be some good fighters on this card as well. So Rendon making her UFC debut, undefeated, 12-time national Mexican jiu-jitsu champion. I would say Sierra was my favorite when he fought GSP the second time. Rendon inside the octagon. She said her son had organized the what? How old is her son? She's only 34. Here's Vidal, one of 8 active Brazilian UFC bantamweights fighting out of Brazil. Big opportunity this for Rendon, but to make your UFC debut at the age of 34 is not ideal. So Vidal making her way down. Looks like we've had a few fights where the champ wasn't favourite, more than I would expect, says Combe. McGregor was favourite over Alvarez, but we could see that at the time. Facts, Apex is dead, said Red, White and Red. Yeah, I know. And it really affects these cards as well. It's weird, but I think it does just send a message out to fans that this is a week that we're not that bothered about, which is the wrong message to be sending. But as soon as, because I never know where we are week from week, as As soon as I saw it was Apex, that's certainly what it says to me. Certainly when you think about like going over to Paris and putting on that banging card, or going into the T-Mobile. I mean, being in the T-Mobile, like being in Las Vegas in a big arena for a fight night just last week. I mean, we've been spoiled. That's the truth. But really, that's what they should be aiming for like every week, is like those kind of really juicy cards. You know, go to Mexico, go to London, go to Paris. But go to Texas, go to Florida, go to, you know, all these different places and get some red hot fans. Right, we should be underway with this one very, very soon. Vidal is stepping in as a minus 245 favorite. Rendon is plus 200. Vidal is the youngest fighter on this card. Both coming in with a 68-inch reach, so no advantage for either female. And we will be underway with this one very, very soon. No Bruce Buffer tonight. UFC, I got to get days to call the fights. Matt, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate the support. Apex Arena in Paris would be rocking. Yeah, the 20 fans that they would allow in would be bouncing, man. It'd be bouncing. Okay, we're about to get underway with our first fight of the evening. If you are just joining us, you're not missing anything. So 9+ years edge, the younger fighter, Rio de Janeiro. Vidal for the win, easy. I feel like I need to do polls, but I don't know really what polls. I mean, if we do it for each fight, I feel like I'm just doing like admin work. Chris Lieben's a judge tonight. Chris Lieben's a judge. No way, man. That's kind of exciting that we've got an ex-fighter, though. There's going to be a judge. Chris Lieben was the first fighter, I think that's the fighter Anderson Silva made his debut against. Okay, we're underway. Chris Lieben, then, one of the judges tonight, making his debut as a judge. Why is that not moving? Don't know. Okay. We've got Vidal on the outsides. Circling round, we got Rendon standing in the center. At the moment, we've got some nice output from both women. Kick coming in there by Vidal. Again, there's a little jab by Rendon. Rendon definitely has got some size to her. Inside leg kick there. Moving forward, she's backing Vidal up a little bit. Vidal circling round, though. Yeah, some lovely counter shots coming in by Vidal. Some really nice work. Rendon overextends, and then that allows Vidal to throw in these counters. There's an outside leg kick there by Vidal, and again, she's landing them. Little bit panicked, though. Little bit panicked at times, but she is landing these shots. And at the moment, she's just slightly pulling ahead. 15 significant strikes to 8. As Rendon continues to try and move forward, but now she's getting backed up by Vidal. Vidal is the one that's moving forward. They're exchanging strikes at the moment as Vidal continues moving forward. Leg kick coming in, outside leg kick coming in. Another heavy outside leg kick there. Swing and a miss by Vidal. Rendon again just edging forward. Swing and a miss there by Vidal again. Rendon coming forward, just edging forward. Vidal trying to throw in a counter left, big overhand right. Outside leg kick there by Vidal. inside leg kick by Vidal. You can see that she's got the volume advantage. So she throws shots. They're not shots that are going to really do much, but they may add up. You can see some marking on the inside of the leg of Rendon. She's getting backed up against the cage. Vidal grabbing Rendon, driving her up against the cage. And Rendon reversing that position. So spinning Vidal around. Vidal staying calm. And trying to make sure that this fight doesn't get taken down to the ground. Knees coming in there by Rendon. It's a tricky position to be in because Rendon is a bigger fighter here. Rendon, again, squeezing on Vidal, trying to get Vidal down. She's got her up against the cage at the moment. Rendon battling away, but good reverse there by Vidal. The two break apart. You can see that gap is not quite as wide as it was, 23-16. There's a gap of 7 significant strikes. Vidal with 16 leg kicks. Lot going upstairs and downstairs by both women. Not much going to the body. Right now, Vidal grabbing the leg, driving Rendon back against the leg of Rendon, trying to grab the other leg as well. She's managed to get the right leg off the ground. She couldn't hold on to it, unfortunately. She was trying to destabilize the base of Rendon, but Rendon was able to find a way out of it. Right now, Vidal, again, going for it again. She's got Rendon unbalanced. And Rendon goes back to a standing position, reversing it. Driving Vidal up against the cage. There's nothing here that is going to really be scoring this for either woman. We know that control time doesn't mean anything. Even takedowns don't mean anything. But so this kind of part of the fight is a bit irrelevant, to be honest. I think it's going to come down to the strikes. That looks like 23-16. I think it's going to be a Vidal round. So yeah, I think that's going to be a Vidal round. It's one of those where there was a lot of it was quite scrappy. We were over by the side of the cage. There was lots of work that was being done, but nothing that was necessarily progressing the fight. So yeah, I think that'll be Vidal. Chris Lieben and Frank Trigg should have referee match with Joe Rogan as ref. I don't know why they don't add more seats to the Apex. Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, it's a little venue that's just used for, you know, little shows and little bits and bobs like Dana White's Contender Series and, you know, things along those lines. I don't know if they've got the parking capabilities or I don't know, you might need like a certain number of bathrooms for a certain number of people, and I don't know, it's just not set up for that sort of a thing. It got them through COVID when there was no one in there, and there are some seats in there where they can bring a few people in for shows. But I mean, this is never a long-term solution. We should get to the point where we're not there, to be honest. We should get to the point where we just don't do any more shows there. Kick there by Vidal, but all that does is result in Rendon grabbing the leg, going down to the ground. Right now, Vidal has grabbed a heel hook by the looks of it. She's got the heel hook applied. She's looking for a knee bar. She's working on the right leg of Rendon. So we're down on the ground. This fight took a big turn there. It was Rendon that took the fight down. She's trying to free her leg. She's trying to get her leg out. Her leg is all kinds of twisted. I mean, that doesn't look good at all. That doesn't look good at all. Her leg really is twisted over. Manages to get it free, though. Manages to get back up to her feet. And Vidal standing in the center. Rendon edging forward. Jab coming in there by Rendon. 1-2 straight down the middle. Vidal, again, stepping into the middle. Swing and a miss there by Vidal. Rendon backing up a little bit as Vidal continues moving forwards. And jab straight down the middle there by Vidal. Jab coming back by Rendon. Some nice exchanges of shots here. Swing and a miss there by Vidal. Jab again coming in by Rendon. Circling round at the moment. It is 33-23, 34-25. This gap's not it's not widening at the moment. Both fighters are keeping it quite close. Shots coming in by Rendon. Again, that's a shot there by Rendon. Just a looping right hook. But nothing that's got any power behind it. Kick coming in there by Vidal. Don't know what we've got the stoppage for, but there's a slight timeout. That was a timeout for a chest shot. She got punched in the boob and she wanted a timeout. Kick coming in. I don't think the ref knew if there was a timeout that was there or, well, she was like, oh, no, like this. And she took some, like, timeout for getting punched in the boob. We had a timeout for a boob shot. Now she's all kinds of fired up. I think that's really upset Vidal. Vidal's come out now, all kinds of fight. I have never seen that. I've never seen that. I've never seen a timeout because someone got punched in the boob. That's amazing. And the ref gave it. She proper had like 20, 30 until the ref went, actually, no, what am I doing? The ref went, hang on. I think I just lost my mind. That's not a thing. Vidal goes down. Rendon is on top. Wow. That is something that this community, I know, is going to really appreciate. Really appreciate. I have no idea if, I mean, I'm sure it hurts. Getting hit anywhere hurts, but does punching a woman in the boob, like, hurt more than any other part of their body? I wouldn't think so. William Hensey will know. William, let me know. William will know. I'm sure he's punched many a boob. Tommy Toy Travels, shout out to you, said, I've never seen a boob. Well, I have never seen a boob either, but I have just witnessed one get absolutely destroyed. And it's kind of fun, you know. It's kind of fun. I'm definitely here for it. She loves these boobs. Right now, Vidal is lying on her back. Rendon is in guard, and her hands just automatically keep going to them. She was just like smushing them around a little bit. I don't know what it is that she's going for. I don't know what it is that she's trying to do. But there's been a couple of times here where her hand just kind of goes like smushy. It's like the most erotic fight I've ever seen. First round went to Vidal. Second round, I don't know. I think it goes to Rendon because Vidal was on her back. Looking at the significant strikes, that has now flipped. So Rendon seems like she landed a lot more significant strikes there. She managed to get the takedown as well. There was the submission attempt. That's a closer round to score, to be honest. I don't even think it's about who's winning. I think it's more about the whole boob situation. That's what I'll remember this fight for. Boobgate. Boobgate. Lena, hello. Shout out to you. Ernest on purpose said we need a boob timeout counter. It's at 1 now. There's no punching sexual organs. Do you know what? That is actually my motto. That is my motto. That is what I chin sexual organs. If you live your life by that rule, my friends, you will live a very fruitful life. Right, we are underway, and in my mind, this is 1-1. Could be anything, but in my mind, it's 1-1. Rendon is trying to find a way forward. I'd love to hear from the ref. I wish we could hear from the ref after this. Like, why did you give that timeout? Just because I think all he would say is, I don't know. I thought it was a low blow. Maybe he'll say that. I thought it was a low blow. I thought she was complaining of a low blow. When I realized it was her boob, obviously that's not a thing. A boob's a thing, but timeout for a boob's not a thing. Vidal in the center. Leg kick coming in by Rendon. Rendon is all kinds of fired up here. The boob hunter. The Montserrat, the boob hunter Rendon is on the front foot. Hunting them boobs. Into the center. Both women right now. 38 leg kicks. 39 leg kicks. Jesus. That's another talking point. 39, 40 leg kicks by Vidal. Rendon's leg must be all kinds of chewed up, but she's still moving forward on it. Yep, she managed to get out of the way of that leg kick. Leg kick coming back there by Rendon. What? How many has she landed? 12. 42-12 on leg kicks. That's mental. Rendon again, duck underneath. She's got some good strike, like her striking defense. Good head movement. But I do think some of these shots by Vidal are a bit slow and a bit laboured. Again, throwing in some kicks. Rendon, inside leg kick there by Rendon as Vidal continues to move forward. She got her leg out of the way there, Rendon, and responded with a beautiful right hand. Inside leg kick coming in by Rendon. Kick coming in there by Vidal. Jabs coming in by Rendon. Swing and a miss by Vidal. I tell you what, we need a round. It's not a bad little scrap, you know. The boob situation has overshadowed a fun little fight here, unfortunately. Down goes Vidal. Vidal goes down, but she's grabbed a hold of the leg of Rendon. I don't know that it was strategic. I think she's just trying to make the best of a bad situation. But right now she finds herself on her back. And I can tell you that in round 3, it's 20 significant strikes to 13 in favor of Rendon. Second round was 34-22. This round is 20-13. We could be on the verge of seeing Montserrat Rendon pick up a shock win here. We might be about to have a dog bark. Turning point was the boob shot. It really was. It really was. That happened part way through the second round, and since then it's been all Rendon. 1 minute 30 left to go. 1 minute 30 left to go. Vidal is down on her back with Rendon on top. Shots coming into the side of the body. Yeah, this is not great for Vidal because she's not doing anything here. Shots coming into the side. And again, just digging these shots in, going downstairs, going to the heads. Rendon keeping Vidal down. Look at it. She's smushing a boob again. She loves it. Shot coming into the side of the head. Vidal, you got to get up. She's got to get up, man. I don't think she's winning this fight. I don't think she took that second round. Not good if you've got Vidal on your parlay, and Vidal was a minus 250 favorite. Shots coming into side the head. Certainly Vidal was the pick, but Rendon looks like she was all kinds of fired up for this. She was able to withstand the leg kicks by Vidal. Shots coming into side of the heads. And there we go. End of the fight. And I think it's going to be Rendon that's going to get it, you know. I think it's going to be Rendon. Are you sure this isn't Foxy Boxing? Oh, man, we should so do breakdowns for Foxy Boxing. Let's have a look at Foxy Boxing. Foxy Boxing. Are there Foxy Boxing events? Oh my God, there are. Let's go. Let's flipping go. Foxy Boxing, the third Tuesday of every month. Every month. Foxy Boxing, 26th of September in Roseville. I don't know if they're streaming that. I don't know that we can do the watch along for it, but I might have to completely change the whole channel. No more wrestling, no more UFC. We just do Foxy Boxing now. Man, that'd be so good. You could like interview the fighters and just live your best life. Go to events. Like really immerse yourself in the Foxy Boxing world. Just wasting my life here. Just wasting my life. Right, let's go to the decision. Let's see what they've decided. I think it's going to go with Rendon. Here we go. After 3 rounds, go to the scorecards. Round 9:28, Rendon. Split. Yep. So, split, that's a bit weird, isn't it? Rendon. I didn't hear who scored it the other way. Was it Chris Lieben? Who scored it the other way? Her son. I'm sure they said that her son had organized like a watch along down in Mexico. I bet it's bouncing, man. I bet it's bouncing inside that bar or whatever. This is a dream come true. Her son's 10. Her son's 10, and he organised a watch along. She's taken a victory back to Cancun. Hey. Party time, innit? Spring break. Cancun. Well, there we go. Fun little fight. I'd love to find out more about the boob punch. Mizuki Inoue is taking on Hannah Goldie. Only fans. Talking of boobs. Hey? Talking of boobs, it's a boob card. Coming up next, then, we've got Mizuki Inoue taking on Hannah Goldie. Mizuki is coming off a 3-year layoff. We haven't seen her for a long time. She's really good on the feet. 1-1 in the UFC. She did lose her last fight, but she shows good heart. She's got a decent chin. She's got good boxing technique. She rolls well with the punches. She's got also a lot of wins by submission. She can find a lot of subs. So capable down on the ground, capable on the feet, definitely a threat, but has been out of the octagon for 3 years, but she's still only 29. She's taken on Hannah Goldie, who's 1-3 in the UFC. Lost her last fight to Molly McCann in July of 2022. She's got some decent subs of her own. Her wrestling is a little bit limited. She can be a bit slow. Her losses as well, they haven't aged well. The people that she's been losing to, they're not great fighters. Hannah Goldie is someone that I think is quite limited. Mizuki is someone we just have not seen. So this is it's a really hard one to call, man. It's a really hard one to call. I don't know that you can have much confidence in either direction on this one. So this is kind of like the last fight. Mizuki minus 250. Hannah Goldie at plus 205. Don't know, man. I don't think you can have much confidence either way here. So I'll go with Mizuki. 88% of people on Tapology have gone with Mizuki. But it could be Hannah Goldie. It really could. She's got one first-round finish, Hannah Goldie, to her name. She appeared on Dana White's Contender Series, Season 3, Week 1. She's got one win by knockout and one win by submission. She's 6-3 overall. Mizuki Inui is 14-6, but that is a lot of regional kind of fights against just, dustbin ladies and whatever. Can't wait for hockey to start, said Rudraksha. Shout out to everyone that's joined us. If you've not left a like, leave a like. Really appreciate the support. We're trying to get to 10,000 tonight. If we can get to 10,000 likes, then that will be a successful Saturday night, won't it? Be very successful. But if we can't do that, I think a few hundred would be good as well. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. Smash that like button, just like Rendon smashed Vidal's boob. Here's Mizuki. Look, it's all smiles. God bless her. Days, are you doing a poll for the main events? Yeah, we'll do a poll for the main event. I said I was going to do a poll, but I don't know really what to do it on. Could just do it for the main event. Whenever I do it for like each individual fight, I just find that I sit here just typing. I'm basically a secretary. Who wins? But if we do it for the main event, we can just put it up, leave it, and all move on with our lives. Fiziev against Gamrot. Right, there we go. Boom. Lovely. Fight number 2. Let's go. Usman coming up next. Mohammed Usman. Right, so Mizuki has got a 4.5-inch reach advantage. 2 years younger. 1 inch shorter. Japan versus USA. That'd be kind of cool. Could you imagine a crossover game between Street Fighter and UFC? I don't quite know how it would work. I feel like you would take UFC fighters and put them in the Street Fighter world rather than... But are they saying that? Putting Street Fighter fighters in an octagon would be fun as well. That could be fun as well. Yeah, I can't figure out how it would work now. But I like it. I'm into it. Can't wait for the hockey to start. Anyone see Rodtang get robbed, says Vicky May. Goldie looks juiced, said Alexis. The boob talk is way better than your dong. Good evening. How are we tonight, said Stephen. I'm good, thank you. I'm good. Spring break. It's fall and football hockey season, says Johnny. Spring break. Let's go. Cancun. That's where they're going, it. Okay, here we go. About to get underway with our second fight of the evening. 11 fights tonight. We've already been live nearly an hour and a half. Flies, doesn't it? Flies. Look at Mizuki, man. Quick. Circling round on the outside. Coming in, shot, bang. Straight back out again. Staying on the outside. Kick coming into the midsection as Goldie continues to edge forwards. Mizuki circling around. Couple of jabs coming in there by Mizuki. Oh, man, look at that. Is she quick? Really? My God, look at her head. Head's like... Kick coming in there by Goldie. Knee coming in there by Mizuki. So into a clinch. Surely Goldie's going to have the strength there, you would imagine. I would imagine. Trying to stay out the way of the knees. Staying very focused at the moment. She's trying to get Goldie back against the cage. We're in a clinch at the moment. So they're clinched up. Goldie throwing in some knee strikes. Goldie is the one that gets backed against the cage, though. So Mizuki, again, in a clinch with Goldie. Mizuki backing Goldie up against the side of the cage. Knee strike coming in there by Mizuki, and again. Kick coming in there by Mizuki. Shot coming back by Goldie. At the moment, we're still in this, like, clinch, and it's all a little bit dull. First minute was quite exciting, just watching the movement of Mizuki. Second minute has been nothing but clinch work. So right now, Goldie is up against the cage. Knee strike coming in there by Goldie. Where are we on the numbers? Low in it. 4-0. 4-0. We're halfway through round one. Knee strike coming in there by Goldie. So Mizuki again just keeping Goldie pins. Goldie trying to find a way of breaking this. She's got her knees up, trying to create a bit of space. Reverses the position. We're away from the cage momentarily, but Goldie gets driven back against the cage. Mizuki keeping Goldie pinned there at the moment. Mizuki trying to go for a trip there. Look, she's trying to get her over with a bit of a judo throw, but no joy. They break apart. So we're at least out of that clinch. Kick coming in there by Mizuki. Mizuki, again, very, very dialed in, very focused. There's a right hand that comes in there by Mizuki. Goldie comes in. Oh, right hand. That was good by Goldie. Landed that shot. Big right hands. And Mizuki, inside leg kick there by Goldie. Tries to counter. Swing and a miss there by Goldie. Trying to drive Mizuki back. Kick coming in there by Mizuki. Couple of shots coming in by Mizuki as well. Goldie with an outside leg kick. Mizuki being quite watchful at the moment as Goldie, you can see the damage on her face. Goldie's face has got like red markings all over it. So she's definitely took some punishment there. As Mizuki comes forward, kicks coming in there by Mizuki. Goldie grabs Mizuki. They're in the center, knee strike to the middle. Mizuki in a clinch at the moment with Goldie. Another knee strike coming in. And Mizuki trying to keep a little bit of distance. Knee strike there by Goldie. Trying to break apart. We're right in the center of the octagon. Oh, lovely Muay Thai clinch. Goes in for another knee, but Goldie grabs the leg, drives Mizuki up against the cage. Right now, Goldie has got Mizuki up against the fence. 20-odd seconds left to go in this round. Time is ticking away. Still in a clinch at the moment. 8 seconds left to go. It's going to be a close little round, but Mizuki is going to take it definitely on striking. Scrappy, though. Scrappy. So much clinching in that. So much clinching. A lot of clinching there, but yeah, scrappy little thing. Smile on Mizuki's face. I think she takes that. Japan is known for two things, Godzilla and hentai. Not too smart, I guess, says Vicky May. By decision. The boob talk is way better. So, yeah, we are up and running, and we are about to go to our second round. First round, scrappy little thing. Just like Mizuki. But I believe that's be a Mizuki rounds. Coming up after this, we've got Mohammed Usman against Jake Collier in a heavyweight contest. So it'll be our first male fight of the night. The heavyweights stepping in there. Okay, here we go. Round number 2. About to get up and running. If you are joining us, leave a like if you haven't already. Haven't even reached 100 yet. It's a disgrace. We should be able to blast through that. Just like Mizuki blasts into Goldie. Ryan Fredericks got it 10-9 Mizuki in the first. Mizuki, definitely the sharper striker and good clinch defense. Mizuki looking good after being out for 3 years is very true. She does look good. She did get caught, though, with a couple of shots that seem to have a little bit of zip to them. A couple of big knees in the clinch as well. But this is MMA. You're going to get hit. Right now, takedown, really good defense there by Mizuki. She doesn't go down, but she gets Hannah Goldie down. So Hannah Goldie on her back, Mizuki on top. And right now, this could go one of a few different ways. I think it'll go into half guards, full guards. She's ended up going into guards. So right now, Mizuki in guard with Goldie. Goldie's on her back. And we've got keeping it quite tight at the moment here. Goldie is keeping Mizuki close. Mizuki is not doing anything at the moment. She's trying to get herself into a slightly better position, but she's not progressing the fight at the moment. Goldie is just keeping this awkward, keeping it close. She's grabbing Mizuki. She's not giving her the space to work. Mizuki, though, doing a really good job of actually raising her body out of that guard. She's managed to kind of scramble, spinning around at the moment. Looked like she was trying to get into side control or mount. Didn't get it. And that's allowed Goldie to get back to her knees. So right now, again, very scrappy. Lots of things that aren't progressing the fight. Lots of things that are just controlling the opponent. Lots of actions that are just being used to make sure that the fight doesn't get out of either fighter's control. There's a guillotine. Look how ripped she is, man. Look at Hannah Goldie. Look at it. It's not right. She is absolutely shredded. She is absolutely jacked, man. She's like one of those lab rats that they like inject like different things into to see how they react. Like it's just crazy. Up against the cage in the clinch, like she's got muscles bursting out of her muscles. I will never ever be as ripped as Hannah Goldie. I will never experience that. She's absolutely shredded. Right now, we've got Mizuki down on the ground. She's grabbed the back of the head there of Goldie. This hasn't been a good spell for Mizuki here. This hasn't been a good period. I can't say that Goldie is like, you know, really getting anything from it, but knee coming in. Mizuki just hasn't done anything for quite a while. Goldie's done a good job of taking away the threat of Mizuki. She's driving Mizuki back against the side of the cage. It's 21 significant strikes to 10. Want to have a look and see what the round-by-round breakdown is. See how many shots we're looking at for this round. Over by the fence, we've got 40 seconds to go. Goldie in control at the moment. So if we have a look at the significant strike breakdown, round by round, this will tell you how exciting this round has been. It's 5-4 4 significant strikes to Hannah Goldie. There's been 9 significant strikes landed in this round. 9. That's how exciting this is. So, yeah, we're getting towards the end of this one. It's a scrappy little thing. I feel like you might have to give it to Goldie because at the moment she's just slightly ahead on the significant strikes. And she definitely controlled a lot more of the action. She never did anything with that control time, though. She never did anything with it. I think that's a close round to score. I think it's a hard round to score. Close, tricky, difficult. We're also done with Fight Pass. We're done with the early prelims. That's the first hour of the show done. We are now in the prelims. So we are about less than 2 hours away from getting to the main card tonight. So let's change this over. Round number 3 of our second fight. It could be 1-1. It could be 2-0 to Mizuki. Either which way, I don't know that either fighter can feel very confident going into this third round. Lovely right hands coming in there by Mizuki. Kick coming in by Mizuki as well. Hannah Goldie edging forward. Some lovely counters coming back by Mizuki. Mizuki needs to be switched on a little bit more than she was in that second round. She got controlled a lot. Left hand coming in by Mizuki, who circles round on the outside, swinging away, driving Goldie back. Inside leg kick there by Goldie. Mizuki again into the center. Having a little look, swing and a miss there by Mizuki. Hannah Goldie moving forward, trying to put that pressure on. Swing and a miss there by Goldie. She grabs Mizuki, drives her back against the cage. Knee strike coming in. It could be a big round, this one. Could be a big round. I think this is there for potentially either fighter. There's a good chance that it's 1-1 going into this. So whoever wins this round may take the fight. Shots coming in there by Mizuki, but not landing with them. Very scrappy. Goldie edging forward. Mizuki backing up. Goldie again driving forward, but Mizuki standing her ground a little more. There's damage on the face of Goldie and not much damage. But I mean, Goldie's face. Oh, lovely 1-2. Straight down the middle by Mizuki. That was good. That was good. We finally got something to get a bit excited about. This hasn't been the strongest of fights so far in this round, though. 13-8 in favor of Mizuki. 13-8. Goldie grabs her, drives her back against the cage. So Goldie with Mizuki. She's driven Mizuki back. Shots coming in there by Mizuki. Just little shots. She's ahead on total strikes in this round by 16-10 Mizuki. Hannah Goldie with some knee strikes, driving those knees into the legs, into the body. She's trying to destabilize the base of Mizuki again, trying to get that takedown. Hannah Goldie in control. She's got Mizuki up against the cage, putting her weight on her, but Mizuki doing a really good job, taking a few steps forward into the center of the octagon. Goldie grabbing a hold of the leg. Mizuki going back against the side of the cage. Knee strike coming in there by Goldie. Mizuki grabbing Goldie, driving her against the fence. Knees coming in by Mizuki. Mizuki in control. Significant strikes, 15-10 in favor of Mizuki. Could be 2-0 Mizuki. Could be 1-1. This round, an important round with 1 minute 30 odd to go. Mizuki and Goldie in a clinch. Knee strike coming in. Couple of shots coming in there by Mizuki. Mizuki edging forward, throws in a shot. Again, Mizuki trying to find a way forward with Goldie on the outsides. 1 minute 10 at the moment. I think it's going to be Mizuki that's going to take this. Goldie trying to grab a hold of... oh, no. No advert. Early access for your stupid game. Oh, we've lost the stats now. Okay. Well, we've got 30 seconds to go. 30 seconds to go. Mizuki moving forward. Shot coming in as Goldie grabs a hold of the leg. Are you streaming the Prime cards? Hang on, bud. 10 seconds left to go in this one. Goldie trying to grab a hold of the leg of Mizuki. We've got 2 seconds left to go. And there we go. End of the fight. I don't know why. This advert has just completely crashed my internet, which is pretty wild. How do I get... there. I've just opened a different one. So there's the stats. I mean, you can see that Mizuki is well ahead. Do I get rid of that tab? There, I'll do it there. Yeah, not the most captivating of fights, man. I mean, it was just bitty, and it was just like they were grabbing hold of each other. There was a few shots that were coming in. It was what it was. Goldie versus Mizuki is impossible to assess at AB Jobson. How much time away from the sport? Coming into our most likely a kickboxing match, and then it goes the distance. Johnny said, punch the boob! Punch the boob! Do you know what? I've realised that fights without boob punches are really boring. They're really dull. I mean, I was watching it, waiting for something to like really kick off, really to happen. Nothing really ever did. That is a fight I will not be sorry to see the back of. The most interesting thing about that fight was the EAFC advert popping up and then crashing my internet. That was the most interesting thing about that fight. But I think that Mizuki is going to get the win. Here we go. Oh, well, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. 29-28. So all three judges did score it 1-1 going into that final round. And Mizuki picks up... Well, we don't know that they gave that second round. It could have been that they gave the third round, but my guess is they gave the second round to Hannah Goldie and then the third round to Mizuki. Mizuki won that last round 25-19. All three rounds to Mizuki. Yeah. Either way, as we said, I think that second round, it was close. Could have given it Mizuki. You could have given it to Hannah Goldie. But we move on. So coming up next is going to be Usman against Jake Collier. That's going to be fight number 3, and we are into the prelims right now. If you are just joining us, big shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone stopping by for this week's UFC. We are in the Apex. The card is okay. It's maybe not as juicy as recent cards, but there are some fun fights on the main card coming up. And we are trying to get a few likes. If you haven't left a like, leave a like. We're at 114. It's a fight night. We ain't going to be hitting 1,000 tonight, right? But if we could get, as many as we can get, then that would be lovely. So we're trying to get those likes. We're trying to get to that main card. That main card, 1 hour, 50 minutes away. 1 hour, 50 minutes. Now, we've got no time to breathe here because both fights so far have gone the distance. It means that we're not behind, but we don't really have a great deal of time to spare. So we're going straight into the breakdown for our next fight. It's time for Mohammed Usman, who we haven't seen loads of. He came through the Ultimate Fighter, obviously Kamaru's brother, 2-0 in the UFC. He's got huge power, low volume. He's got brute strength, and he does have one punch knockout ability, but it really depends as to who he's in there with and if he can find that punch. He can be unpredictable from a performance perspective. We've seen him put in some fantastic performances. We've seen him be less than brilliant. This is a decision or knockout win for Usman. Like, I don't know that he can find that shot. It's all well and good, like, having the ability to do it, but everything's got to line up right for him to be able to do it. So there's every chance this goes to a decision. So I like Usman. I think it's close. Jake Collier is way more experienced. Usman is 2-0 in the UFC. Jake Collier is 5-8. You know, one of these guys has had 2 UFC fights. The other one has had 13. Jake Collier, 5-8. He has lost his last 3, though. Fights at a high pace. He's got good volume. He lacks power, is more volume over power. This is like power versus volume. So Jake Collier, can he survive the power of Usman? He's got good cardio. He's got good pace. But he's all right. He's pretty fun to watch. You know you're going to get a good, honest fight out of Jake Collier. He's 13-9 overall. 11% of people on Tapology have gone with him. Usman, minus 170. 10-2. 89% of people have gone with him. As we said, you know, it's heavyweights. It could be plodding. There is always the ability to find a moment to put the other person away. So, you know, it is going to be one of those where, you know, don't blink because the finish could happen at any time. But here is Mohammed Usman. This is his 3rd UFC appearance. He's making his way down to the octagon. And was Kamaru with him? Kamaru's with him. So, yeah, this is quite an exciting prospect. You know the UFC would love to see, because of his name, UFC would love to see this guy get to the top of the division. He's 34, which is okay for a heavyweight. You know, in the heavyweight division, you don't tend to get, you don't have to rely on your speed. It's more about your power in the heavyweight division. And the power tends to be the last thing to go. So let's see what Usman can do. Few words between him and Kamaru. Right, there was a question earlier about Prime cards. Yeah, I am interested in it. I've not seen what it's going up against. The priority would always have to be wrestling, because we are primarily a pro wrestling channel. And then I always try my best to do UFC. So just because your brother can fight doesn't mean that you can. Seeing the stare down there between Usman and Collier at the weigh-in. So, yeah, the Prime card, it does look good. I agree. There's a lot of interest in it as well. I mean, I think Dylan Dennis and Logan's face-to-face video has done nearly 5 million views. And you can normally use those kind of sit-down face-to-face press conferences to get a good gauge as to how popular a fight is going to be. And this one looks monstrous. It looks huge. So I'm definitely interested. But it might be the same night as Survivor Series or something. I don't know. Haven't got that far. You know me. I'm not great at like mapping it out in the future. This week, I wasn't even sure if we were doing this or if we were doing Zhang versus Joe Joyce, which is also on at the moment. Which is a big boxing fight. And that, unfortunately, is going to divide the community. There'll be plenty of people that want to watch the boxing instead, which I understand. I was really tempted to do it. But as soon as I saw that these were on at the same time, you know, I mean, we've got some massive UFC events coming up this year. You know, keeping in with UFC and, you know, making sure that we're aware of what's going on. I think that's important. Because it's not the same. Reading about a fight and watching a few fights, it's not the same as watching the event, you know. Okay, here we go. About to get underway with fight number 3. I will try and get into the chat. Red, White, and Red said Usman ain't that guy. Bang. Right, we are underway. I will try and get into the chat. I know I'm not getting in there much, but we've had 2 fights that have gone the distance, and we are just straight into our next fight now. So Usman in green, Collier in black. Usman in the center of the octagon. Collier edging forwards, throwing out a shot. As we said, there can just one moment could end this, and it could come at any point in the 3 rounds. You're probably not going to see a knockout win for Collier. He would probably wear down Usman instead with his volume. It's probably more likely that Usman finds that killer shot, although he does crack Usman with a lovely shot that wobbles Usman. Usman gets wobbled by Jake Collier. Again, a few of them added up. That's how... head and arm. He's got a arm triangle choke. It's not incorrectly, and he couldn't get it there, Collier, but Collier rocked Usman. He rocked Usman, and he senses blood. Knee strike coming in there by Usman. Collier has got Usman up against the side of the cage. So Collier throwing in a knee strike there. Knee strike coming back by Usman. Couple of shots coming in by Collier. Usman over by the side of the fence. It's a good, bright start by Collier. It's a really good start. Oh, some big hooks, though, and a big hook comes back by Usman. Collier, I think, definitely felt that. Collier, I think, is a bit rocked. There was a big hook shot that came in by Usman, and Collier definitely felt it. Usman standing his ground in the center. Both of these guys are going to be respectful of what the other person is bringing. Just within the first couple of minutes here, doesn't feel like we're going to make it to the end of this one. Feels like a finish is likely. Collier just looks like that hook shot has rocked him, you know. I think he's tasted the power of Usman. I don't think he likes it. I think if Usman can land and crack a couple more of those, I think he'll put Collier away. Couple of jabs coming in there by Collier. Swing and a miss there by Usman, but a big knee by Collier. Wow. Wow. Oh, man, this is the fight we needed after that Mizuki-Hannah Goldie fight. Swing and a miss. Knee coming in, just misses there by Collier. Collier in the center with Usman. Usman trying to find a way forwards. Both guys throwing out jabs. Jab coming in there by Collier. Usman looks a little bit wobbly to me. Usman looks a bit uneasy. Like, look how he's moving. Unless he's just playing a little bit of possum. It looks like his mobility is a bit restricted already. How many leg kicks? No leg kicks. 2 leg kicks. 2 leg kicks shouldn't really have done much. Jab coming in there by Usman. Jab again, swing and a miss. Collier read that hook, managed to get underneath it. He's got to be careful of those hooks. That one landed earlier. It really rocked him. And another hook just bounces off the dome of Collier. Don't think he really got all of that, Usman. He's throwing out some jabs. Knee strike coming in there by Collier. It's Collier that's on the front foot. Usman is the one that's backing up against the cage. Collier standing his ground in the middle. Usman steps into the middle as well. Both fighters in the center. Collier, leg kick, outside leg kick. Couple of counter shots coming in by Usman. Usman with a flurry of shots, and there's markings on the face of Collier. Collier grabbing Usman, trying to drive him back against the cage. Usman, 21 significant strikes. Collier, 31 significant strikes. Jabs coming in there by Collier. Usman on the outsides. 40 seconds left of a very fun round. Outside leg kick there by Collier. Shot coming in. You can see that Collier, 30 significant strikes to 20. There's about 10 in it on significant strikes. 20-odd seconds left to go. Couple of shots straight down the middle by Collier, and they were all finding their target. Another shot again there, right on the button. Usman backing up, kick coming in there by Collier. End of the round. Wow, fun. Something to actually wake us up. Something to get rid of those cobwebs. I think that second round between Mizuki and Goldie had around about 9 significant shots in it or something like that. I was really low. This one just gave us 65 significant strikes in that round. Some moments where both guys got a bit wobbly as well. Looks like Usman's legs were compromised a little bit. But yeah, it's a really, really fun fight. Okay, we need UFC. Let me see if I can find it, because we're going into round 2. UFC. Look at that. Some of them shots amazing. Tony Ferguson's odd to watch him fight. I'm afraid for him, says Lena. Right, about to get underway. Round number 2. Boom. Where is the stats? Okay, right now, Collier, minus 140. Oh, let's go. Usman plus 110. Collier, minus 140. Collier edging forward. Usman backing up. Swing and a miss. Oh, if he'd have really thrown that knee then, Collier, I think Usman was right there. He grabs Usman, drives him back against the cage. 4-3 in this round for Usman at the moment. Odie Osborne said some heat. We've got an eye poke. Got an eye poke. We've got a timeout. Eye poke, and Collier is in discomfort. He's on his knees here. This is bad. Look, he's actually hitting the mat. This is bad. This eye poke. Yeah, that looks bad, actually. That looks bad. It's an eye poke, and it looks a bad eye poke as well. It looks bad. I mean, in all fairness, if Collier thinks that that's painful, he should be a woman and he should get hit in the boob. He wants to grow up. That's what I'm going to... He wants to grow up. So, doctor's in. He's having a look. Collier's... He's winning this fight as well. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It's not like he's losing the fight trying to make an excuse, you know? Doctor's in, and the doctor's just having a little bit of a look, and even Collier's like, ugh. No, the doctor says no. Doctor looks at the ref and goes, no. He hasn't made it. He hasn't made it. R.I.P. Collier's eye. So Collier is down in the ring. We got a doctor in there. The doctor just looked at the ref and went. Bisping says, it looks like the doc's going to call it off, but Bisping's upset because there's still 3 minutes that Collier can have to recover. So I think Bisping's point is, why don't you wait 3 minutes and see if the situation changes? The rules are you've got this time, so use this time. Collier getting up to his feet. Referees come over and said, look, you've still got time. I hope Big Dan refs the main event. The reffing goat, says Meridian. Probably asked this before. Any chance of a UFC WWE crossover due to the new Endeavor TKO group? What do you think that would look like? Not JPEG. What do you think that looks like? What does a UFC WWE crossover look like to you? It looks like we might be continuing here. He's holding on to. He's still got discomfort here though. Crazy how like literally 2 minutes ago the doctor's going, he's dead, and now we're about to like carry on with the fight. He still doesn't look comfortable though, does he? Okay. It was intentional, says A.B. Jobson. I guess the new rules are in effect. Right, here we go. About to get back underway then. Shots coming in by Collier. I wonder if that's... I mean, I genuinely believe that his sight is affected. I genuinely believe that he was feeling pain there. He was winning the fight. Didn't really make much sense for him to be in that amount of pain and whatever, and it did look bad on the replay. So, you know, we really could be looking at a Jake Collier now that is legit compromised. Kick coming in there by Collier, but the problem is, if it gets ended this early, I'm pretty sure it would be deemed a no contest. So, you know, he might not have much of a choice. Collier is circling around and trying to move forward. There's blood coming down the other side of his face from the other eye. Inside leg kick there by Collier. Collier on the outside with Usman standing his ground in the middle. Shot coming in there by Collier, trying to find a way forward as Usman throws in a couple of jabs. Swing and a miss there by Collier. Shot coming in by Collier again as Usman stays on the outsides. So we are in the second round. Usman getting a little bit more joy here. According to the numbers, it's 10-10 on significant strikes. Collier just not finding the volume that he was before that eye poke, but he grabs Usman, drives him back against the cage. Big knee strike coming in. Both fighters in the middle of the octagon right now. Swinging away there by Collier. Usman standing his ground in the middle. Jake Collier in there as well. Usman standing his ground, throwing out a straight left jab as Collier comes into the center. Collier on the outside. Usman in the middle. Jab coming in there by Collier. Again, a couple of jabs coming in as both guys are in the middle. We've got Collier trying to find a way forwards. Jab coming in there by Usman. Jab coming back there by Collier. 13-13. Even though these two have had a little bit of a break, a little bit of a rest, still seems a bit laboured at the moment. I think part of that is probably a respect that both have for the other fighter. Jab coming in there by Usman. And again, Collier trying to keep it tight, trying to find a way forwards. Usman, again, is ripped in Usman. It's absolutely ripped. It's absolutely shredded. Collier, though, we know that it's not about how you look. It's about your striking and fighting abilities, and Collier has definitely matched Usman here. It's a very close round. Numbers are saying it's 2018 to Usman at the moment in this round. Collier just not the same since that eye poke. Just not the same. We're not seeing the same level of output from him. Jab coming in there by Collier. He's trying to wipe the blood away from his face. His face is all marked up, Collier. He's took a lot of punishment. There's been 45 headshots thrown by Jake Collier. Protect his eye. He's keeping his hands, his guard quite high. He's got Usman on the outside. Big right hand coming in there by Collier. Jab coming back there by Usman. Oh, swinging away. Swinging away. Some lovely shots coming back there by Usman. This feels like an Usman round. Jake Collier just didn't have the volume after the eye poke. I don't know if he's gassing. I don't know if it's a cardio thing. I mean, he has good cardio. Cardio isn't really a concern that we've ever had of Jake Collier in the past. 31-23 in that round. 31-23. There was no point deduction for the eye poke. So you have to take it as it is. And 31-23. Who would have been better UFC MMA debut career? John Morrison or Dolph Ziggler? Don't know. Because, like, what's their ground game like? What's their actual striking like? I'm not aware that either of them have got, like, have either got a boxing background? Have either of them got, like, MMA training or anything? I mean, I know that, I don't know that John Morrison... Somebody's saying that John Morrison did do some sort of training. Supreme, OVW, MN. Someone told me that he had something, be it boxing. Yeah, boxing. Oh, that's why. He had a fight earlier this year. He won an influencer boxing event earlier this year. That's what I'm thinking of. There's something in my head like John Morrison's done something. So he won a boxing thing earlier this year. So based on that, I'd say I'll go John Morrison. Because I'm not aware of Dolph Ziggler having any like boxing background or jiu-jitsu background or judo background or karate backgrounds or anything like that. Right, we are underway with round number 3. So 1-1, but the concern is if you are ride or die with Jake Collier, then I think that you will be a little bit concerned because his significant strikes were really down in that second round. I think the effects of that eye poke. I also think there's been quite a bit of damage that is sustained, and it looks like it's really took it out of him. Swing and a miss there by Collier. Jab coming in by Usman. So Usman looked okay, but definitely lost that first round. Came back in the second. Collier, I'm sure, will blame the eye poke. And that's not unfair because I do think that's a turning point. But right now he's being driven back against the side of the cage. Usman in control. If you are joining us, if you are watching along, hit that like if you haven't already. Collier down. Collier down. Usman jumps on top of him. Shots coming into side of the heads. So a takedown for Usman. Manages to get him down. That's a big moment for Usman. He's managed to get this down to the ground. He should be able to control things from there. Usman is up in this round as well. It's 14-8. And it feels like we're heading towards a Mohammed Usman victory. Usman all over Collier. Hammer fists raining down. UFC Costa against Chimaev. Chimaev on his way back. Shots coming in. When is that? I don't even know when that is. So Usman on top of Collier and hammer fist coming down there. That's coming back by Collier. We've got 1 minute 30 to go. And unless Collier can find his way back to his feet, this feels like it's going to be an Usman victory. So Usman on top of Collier, and he's keeping him grounded. Shots coming into side of the heads. Shots coming into the side of the body. And forearm strike coming in there by Usman. Again, shot coming in. Chest to chest at the moment. Usman keeping Collier down. 55 seconds left to go. It feels like it's going to be an Usman victory. 1-1 going into the third round. Usman controlling proceedings in this third round, and significant strikes are 17-8. We had a big timeout in this as well. Eye poke changing things during this fight. 30-odd seconds left to go. Collier cannot find a way back to his feet. Even if he does now, he's going to need to find a knockout. Don't think that he's going to be able to make up the ground within the time that's left. But, yeah, we've got 12 seconds left to go, and it feels like Usman is on his way to a win. Steven said all eye pokes should give the other fighter a free kick in the sack. Let's go. AB said all eye pokes should require a point to be taken, no matter if they're accidental or not. They immediately give the poker an advantage. The poker. Poker face. If it means they always get a point taken, so be it. Yeah, do you know what? I don't disagree, man. I don't disagree. I think that it's the turning point in this fight, and Collier was winning up to that. What we don't know is, was that the moment that the fight was starting to turn? So did Jake Collier know that it was starting? Did he know that he was starting to gas and that Usman was like growing stronger? And like, you know, could it be that that's why he made such a big deal of the eye poke? I mean, I believe that it hurt. I believe that it was nasty. I believe that it's the turning point, but was it the turning point anyway? Was it just that the fight was turning at that point, or is it because of the eye poke? It's a hard one to answer. We don't know. I'm sure Usman will say that he felt like he was growing into the fight, and I'm sure that Collier will say that the eye poke changed things. But I don't disagree that an eye poke should result in a point deduction. The only thing I would say though is, and this sounds mental, I'm pretty sure people wouldn't, but you never know. Could people look for eye pokes to try and get a point deduction? So that could it be a strategic thing that then comes in? Not that you're gonna push your eye onto someone's finger, but what if you get it close enough? What if someone's got their hand there and you can just get it like that and then complain about it? You know, point deduction, replay shows the fingers were sort of in the area. You know, if someone does that, it's going to be very hard to prove that it didn't actually go into the eye. I don't know, man. It becomes tricky. Usman gets the win. James said United won 1-0. Lovely Bruno volley. Not a great performance, but a win is a win. Yes. Mo said eye poke equals DQ. Usman wins this for me. He wins it for all of us. It's a victory for Mohammed Usman. Mohammed Usman picks up the dub. So Mohammed Usman said, sometimes you come out here and you just can't find it. I really wanted to find that range. I really wanted to find that rhythm. So Mohammed Usman says, I'm sorry I didn't shake your hand during Ultimate Fighter. And Bisping's like, don't worry about it. Yeah, he seems a nice guy, doesn't he? So he's in there with Kamaru, and it's a win for the Usmans. It's almost like the eye poke had everything to do with momentum. Strategic poke from Mohammed. Classic Usman tactic. The real loser is Jake's eyeball, said Stephen. The eye poke did change this fight, says A. Jobson. Can't say I ever remember, but I won't say never. Okay, here we go. We've got our next fight coming up. It's going to be Jacob Malkoun against Cody Brundage. Jacob Malkoun against Cody Brundage. Okay, so Malkoun is got a great gas tank. He's relentless. He's 3-2 in the UFC. He's got wild looping shots. He should control things here. He uses his wrestling to wear his opponents down. And 94% of people on Tapology have gone with Jacob Malkoun. Cody Brundage, 2-4 in the UFC, has lost his last 3, which is not a good look. Good leg kicks, brings an early storm. He is strong. He is powerful. His gas tank is questionable. If Cody Brundage is going to win this, he's going to need to win it early. There is a chance that he goes big early, right? This is, he's got nothing to lose here because he is a big underdog. He is expected to lose this fight to Jacob Malkoun. Jacob Malkoun comes in as like nearly 500 favorite. So Cody Brundage knows that he's lost his last 3. He's 2-4 in the UFC. And this is everything. Go for broke. So that's why, like, you know, go big early. Don't just like find your way drifting towards a decision loss. See if you can find that first round finish. He's got 5 of them to his name. So he does tend to go big early as well. Play to your strengths. So that's why this first round could be really fun on this. Cody Brundage could bring the heat in this first round, trying to find that early finish, because the longer it goes, the more his cardio will fail. And like round 3, Cody Brundage is just not an attractive thing at all. So Jacob Malkoun, nearly 500, minus nearly 500 favorite, should control things, should get the victory. That's definitely my pick. 94% of people on Tapology have gone with Jacob Malkoun as well. So, you know, what can Cody Brundage do? I think this is a fight that they've given Malkoun this fight so that he can keep, get a bit of a win streak together. And I think Cody Brundage is on his way out of the UFC. So what can Brundage do? He's got to go big, and it needs to be early. Joe Joyce is coming up next, says James. Washing my face in the shower. Girls that sleep over invade my privacy. Johnny, shout out to you. It's about a 25 total amount difference between likes and watches. Get the likes up for one of the top guys on YouTube. Not JPEG, shout out to you. Appreciate the kind words. Steven said Cody is the UFC equivalent to Barry Horowitz. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so Malkoun is stepping inside the octagon. Yeah, it's not the biggest of weeks this week. It's not we're not dripping in star power. Our main event tonight, we'll see number 6 take on number 7 in the lightweight division in what should be a really fun fight. And the lightweight division is so stacked. I mean, it is so stacked. You know, you got Gaethje, you got Poirier, you had McGregor around. Obviously, you got Oliveira, you had Tony Ferguson. I actually don't know where Ferguson is in the rankings now. I'm not sure where he's sitting currently, but he was around. There was just loads. I mean, obviously, Islam's the champ as well. So we're going to be looking at 2 guys that I think they're in a similar position. They're only one place apart, like number 6 and number 7. Fiziev is 6-2 in the UFC, 1-6, lost 2. Gamrot has won 5, lost 2. So their records are quite similar as well. Gamrot a lot more experience outside of the UFC. But this really could propel someone into the conversation. I think they're out the conversation at the moment for Islam. But a win here could potentially, I mean, what would be next for the winner? A juicy fight is the answer. A juicy fight against a juicy opponent. I mean, you know, someone like Poirier could be next for the winner of this. So Fiziev against Gamrot. It's going to be a fun little one, that. That's our main event tonight. But we are underway here. Brundage grabbing Malkoun, looking for an early takedown. So far, we've had 3 fights, all of them going the distance. And we've not had any finishes yet. Right now, Brundage is being driven back against the side of the cage. So we've got 1 hour, 13 minutes. And then we're at the main card. Brundage trying to get round the back of Malkoun. He's trying to get Malkoun down. Yeah, he is going big. It is explosive, but Malkoun is equal to it. Malkoun with the leg of Brundage, trying to get Brundage down. So right now we've got Malkoun up against the side of the cage. Takedown by Malkoun. He's managed just over a minute gone in this first round. He finds himself down on his knees. Another shot coming into the side of the head there by Malkoun. Brundage on his knees again. Shots coming in by Malkoun. Hammer fist there by Malkoun. We've got Brundage going over to the side of the cage. Shots coming in by Malkoun. Brundage trying to get back up to his feet. Shot coming in again there by Malkoun. Hammer fist coming in by Malkoun. Brundage he just can't do anything from this position. Like, Malkoun's done a great job of taking away that threat. So Brundage was looking quite hot in the first minute, but right now he's got no answer for this. And Malkoun is just controlling him. He is throwing in some nasty shots here. Just some hammer fists raining into the side of his head. Again, throwing in these shots. Shots absolutely raining down by Malkoun. Again, hammer fist coming into the side of the head. Malkoun is all over Brundage. Another hammer fist coming in there. Shot coming into the side of the head. Another hammer fist coming in there. Malkoun rounds the back of Brundage. So Malkoun with 30 ground strikes compared to 2 for Brundage. So Malkoun has got Brundage up against the side of the cage. He's trying to get his leg wrapped around. He's trying to get round. I think he's trying to get round the back by the looks of it. But Brundage is using the cage to ensure that Malkoun doesn't get that back. Got to be there for him if he wants it. At the moment, he's trying to grab a hold of the arm. Looks like a bit of a Kimura, but wrist control by Brundage. Now he looks to be making some moves. Still no joy, though. We're still up against the cage. Still not making much progress, but definitely a Malkoun round this. This is the round that Brundage needed, and he's not getting it. Malkoun doing a really good job, as we said. Coming in at around minus 450. Shots coming in there by Malkoun. Brundage has just got no answers for this. 16 significant strikes to 2. We're into the final minute. Let's go, Malkoun. Deliver on your promise. Let's make these parlays. Here we go. He's managed to get him away from the cage for... Oh, shot to the back of the head by Malkoun. So, referee has just called a timeout here. Malkoun managed to get him away from the cage, but as he got away from the cage, there's a shot to the back of the head. Referee is giving Brundage time to recover. I mean, he's been smashed in this round, man. It's 17-2. So it's accidental. I mean, Malkoun is all over Brundage. This is a bit of a gift for Brundage to just recover here. But he's been smashed. I mean, he's been smashed. He's been hit 48 times in this round. 48 times. It's 48-2. Wow, if the fight can't continue, Brundage would win by DQ. Yeah, if I'm Brundage, oh, God, I can't continue. The ref would be like, where are you, ref? Who said that? Shall I walk to the lights? I can see Jesus. Oh, he doesn't seem right. I don't know if this can continue. What do you mean? You want me to make you a sandwich, Jesus? I haven't got any cheese. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. This can't continue. Has anyone... Jesus wants a sandwich. DQ. So, shot to the back of the head. Cody, Brundage. It's the performance I'm looking for now. Does he know that if it ends now, he wins? Because if so, I want him to go full on Hamlet. I want him to go big. I want this to be dramatic. I want him to convince me that he can't continue. Don't just sit there and be like, no, I just don't feel good. Come on, you got to do more than this. He wants to know how much left on the round. There's 45 seconds. Look, he's in a seated position. He's in a seated. There's no specific time frame. At the moment, we're just watching a man sat down. UFC, UFC, UFC. Oh, that's it, baby. Ah, Cody Brundage, all we got was... Oh, Cody Brundage, you cheeky little thing. He's lost his last three. He was getting smashed in this. Gets hit in the back of the head, and he's like, I just can't continue. I can't continue. Oh, my God. Now that's sport. That is top-level sport right there. That is amazing. I don't care what you watch. Nothing's better than that. That's better than a World Cup final. We've seen a man who was on a 3-fight losing streak get absolutely battered. And because he got, like, clipped in the back of the head momentarily, he's gone, I can't continue. And he wins. Oh, it's the best. It's the best. Sport. What a sport. Come on. The only thing I would say is I just didn't feel like he couldn't continue. He didn't make me feel like he couldn't continue. I think I would like us to go to the judges to score his performance on how convincing he was at not being able to continue. I think it should come down to that. If he really pleads his case, then okay, you can win by DQ. But just sitting there going and shaking your head, it's not good enough. DQ. Don't raise my hand. Don't raise my hand. Yeah. Very good. Very good. Oh, that's good. That's good. Ref went to raise his hand. He's like, don't raise my hand. I don't want to. I don't want to win that way. I don't want to win that way. Don't raise my hand, ref. He walks off to the side. He's really dejected. Inside, he's doing cartwheels. Inside, it's all flowers and bunnies and like fireworks and butterflies and everything's amazing. On the outside, he's like, it's not how I wanted to win, man. Oh, that is I was going to have him in round 2. He was mine in round 2. That's not how I wanted to win. Don't raise my hands. Don't raise my hands. I didn't really win that fight. Don't raise my hands. I'll take the winner's prize, definitely, but don't raise my hand. Oh, God. It's not how I wanted to win. Oh. Damn you for ending my 3-fight losing streak this way. Oh, God, that is disappointing. Anyone coming to the party? Woo! We got the win. We got the win. We got the win. Oh, do you know what? We can end it there. Nothing's going to be better than that. Nothing's going to top that for me. He got smashed, mate. It was 28 significant strikes to 2. It was 3 minutes 40 control time, 3 minutes 39, with 40 seconds still to go. So he was controlled. Out of 4 minutes 25, he was controlled for 3 minutes 39. 44 shots to 3. 28 significant strikes to 2. And 1 shot to the back of the head. He couldn't continue. There's no way. There's no way. No one is more gutted this evening than Cody Brundage. No one. No one is more devastated. I don't care if you add 100 grand on that fight. No one is more devastated than Cody Brundage this evening. That is not how he wanted to win. It's not how he wanted to win. I knew something was going to happen in one of these fights, says Lionel. Look at him fighting the smile. It's so funny. Oh, God, I love it. I love it. I love it. It's a bit like in soccer winning 5-0 and then one of the players for some reason loses it and pushes the referee and the ref goes, right, I ain't having that, the team wins. Like, so along those lines, it's a hard thing to argue because we were just talking about the fact that if you do something illegal like an eye poke, you should lose a point, blah, 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 blah. Maybe he should have lost a point, Jacob Malkoun. Maybe he should have been deducted a point straight away. It might have been accidental, but you don't do it. And I'm sorry, you've lost that round. But guess what? You got 2 more rounds to try and flip in, win the fight. You've given yourself a bit of a mountain to climb, but you're an idiot, but you can still got a chance. But oh my God, that's it, fight over. It's hard doing it because this is an example of someone that was dominating and did something silly. There will be times where someone is maybe only just winning and it's really scrappy and they do it to get an advantage. I mean, that wasn't done to get an advantage. No way was that done to get an advantage. It was just a mistake in the moment. And now he loses and Cody Brundage... Dana's the real loser here because Cody Brundage was on a 3-fight losing streak. Dana only put him in this so that Malkoun had a winnable opponent. And now flipping Brundage has won. What do you do with him? Cut him anyway. Cut him for being a crybaby that can't continue in fights. It is funny, though. Why not just call it a no contest? Because this is funnier, Jay. That's why. Because this is hilarious. That's why. Something beautiful about injustice. You know, this is how now you've got VAR videos. I mean, in all fairness, you still get plenty of controversy, but I do love it. Hey, there's an advert here for Ngannou and Tyson Fury, which this is the first time I'm seeing it. Battle of the Baddest, Saturday, 28th of October. Tyson Fury versus Francis Ngannou. What the flip? I mean, amazing, amazing, amazing. It's going to be a rubbish fight that Fury will win, but the size of that show, I mean, that is... You could make the argument it's about trying to figure out who the baddest man on the planet is, but they're boxing. They're boxing, and, you know, Tyson Fury's going to win. I don't know that it's going to really prove anything, to be honest, but people will watch it. Andre Fialho, 13 knockouts, 1 submission win, and 2 decisions. Andre Fialho is a finisher. Right, we are moving on. We're going to put the hilarity behind us. Although I loved it. Loved it. I select Andre Fialho at -165. He has a judicious sidekick to the throat. Fialho won't bake the victory. I hope they do Fury versus Zhang, says Roberto. Did Zhang lost to Hrgovic, didn't he? I'm sure he did. Yeah, he did. So, I don't know. A win over Joyce is good. If he beats Joyce again tonight, I don't know where that puts him, actually. I don't know where that puts him. Maybe it is next in line. Maybe he would be next in line. Hrgovic is next for Usyk, unless... We don't know what's happening with the Daniel Dubois low blow appeal. I haven't seen any more news on that. So, you know, did Dubois land a body shot and put Usyk down? Or is it a case that it was a low blow? It's a difficult, that one. It is difficult. I think a lot of people, because Daniel Dubois went on to lose convincingly after that, I think a lot of people would be like, look, it's irrelevant because he lost the fight. But if it's deemed that that was not a low blow, then, you know, how would the fight have progressed after that point? How would things have gone? Because Usyk wouldn't have had as long to recover. I think he would have got back up, though, and chances are the fight would have still gone the way it went. But I can understand definitely why they are questioning it and why they're putting in the appeal. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think Daniel would have lost still. And I think that's why people don't really have the appetite to see the rematch. But it doesn't change the fact that it's still a questionable decision that was made. So, yeah, I think we may see the rematch there. If we don't, then it'll be Usyk, I think, against Hrgovic. Maybe if Joyce wins tonight, he will be next for Fury. But Fury has said he's only interested in big money fights, hasn't he? He said he's only come back to secure the future of his family. He wants to make as much money as he can, which is why he's going up against Ngannou. He's called out the likes of John Jones. He said that he might even do MMA. So is he really going to be bothered to fight Joyce or Hrgovic? Here's Tim Means. So let's just quickly go down this. Tim Means, 39, well-rounded, mixes his standing game and his ground game well. 14-12. He's had 26 UFC fights, man. Credit to Tim Means. He has lost his last 3. He doesn't have one-punch knockout, but he does have knockouts on his records. He is slowing down as well. It feels like he's declining, but we don't quite know by how much. there's a decline there, but we don't know how much of a decline. He's taking on Andre Fialho, who is a good hammer but a bad nail. He's got predictable striking. He's 2-4 in the UFC, 3 as well. He's tough. There's a few chin questions. He's younger by 10 years and more durable. Could it be that the loser leaves UFC? Both have lost, as we said, their last 3. Now, 72% of people have gone with Andre Fialho because of his age and durability. He is minus 200 favorite. I think this is an interesting fight. I think this is a close fight. I think it's hard to know how much Tim Means has declined. Tim Means winning by knockout is plus 450. Fialho to win by knockout is plus 100. Fight will not go the distance is minus 225. I think this could go either way. I always favor the younger fighter in these cases. So Fialho definitely feels like the pick. But I do think that Tim Means has got paths to victory. I do think Tim Means can get some out of this. But let's find out. Zhang knocked out Joe Joyce in round 3. Did he? Oh, man, that's it for Joyce. That's it, innit? Knocked him out in round 3. Wow. That's bad, man. I mean, last time it seemed like the only way that he put him out is with, like, by breaking his... What did he... Was it his orbital bone or something? He takes so much punishment. It looks like maybe he's done. Maybe his chin is starting to fail him now. Maybe we're looking at the end for Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce, I always thought was an interesting prospect. Wow. Suffers another defeat. Stopped him round 3. Zhang stops Joyce in round 3 after dominating. Zhang retains his WBO interim. And is mandatory to Usyk. I thought Hrgovic was mandatory to Usyk. Perhaps there's a few. So Zhang will be the WBO mandatory. Watching the replays, it was textbook from Zhang. He worked Joyce with the left. He lowers the Brits' defenses and landed an earth-shattering right. Joyce is back on his feet and he looks okay. It's an absolute haymaker from Zhang that leaves Joyce face down and it's all over. Outside leg kick. Steve Bunce said that Joyce was struggling with confidence in that fight. Joyce is dealing with psychological demons of the first fight, the damage that Zhang had done to his eye. Yeah, I remember it being his eye. There's very little head movement from Joyce, allowing Zhang to pick up some big shots. Even at the end of the second, they were saying that this was looking worrying for Joe Joyce. So it looks like Joe Joyce just had a bit of a nightmare, to be honest. Shot coming in there by Tim Means. So we are underway. So, wow, at least we're done with the boxing. That's done. So Joe Joyce losing once again. Right now we got Fialho. He's got Means up against the side. Whoa, what happened to Fialho? Fialho had Means up against the side of the cage. He buckles and goes down. Was there a leg kick in there? Fialho just kind of crumpled down. Means is on top of him. Means has managed to get round the back. Is looking for a rear naked. No joy. Fialho rolls over. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We're still on like 148. It's really quiet this week, which in all fairness, you know, we've had the boxing on. It's not the strongest card. We are back in the apex. It's not as juicy as the Shevchenko fight or the Adesanya fight that we had recently. Means with a big knee strike there. He's got Fialho over by the side of the cage. Fialho stepping into the center. Fialho swinging away. Means on the outsides. Fialho again, throwing in some shots. Fialho starting to explode forward. You can see that Tim Means is well ahead in this. Tim Means has built up a good lead, but we've still got 2 minutes 20 to go. Means has grabbed a hold of Fialho. He's got Fialho over by the side of the cage. Means has got Fialho. He's trying to throw in some shots. Yeah, he's keeping a hold of him right now. So Means in control, is ahead 23-14. We've got less than 2 minutes to go. Shots coming in there by Means. And Fialho goes into the center. Fialho again having a little look. Trying to find a way forward as Means is on the outside. Fialho in the center, bouncing around as Means edges forwards. Kick coming in there by Means, and again. Fialho edging forwards, Means circling round. Circling round again, trying to find a way forward as a kick comes in there by Means. Fialho really struggling to get going at the moment. We've got just over a minute to go. It's 27-17. And Fialho really struggling to get close to Means, to get some shots off. Means standing his ground in the center. Kick misses by Fialho. Kick coming back there by Means. Shot coming in there by Means as well. Fialho. Couple of jabs coming in. Body shot coming in there by Means. Means edging forwards. Jabs coming in as Fialho stays on the outside. Circling round as Fialho continues to try and find a way of getting in close to do the damage, get into that pocket, but he's struggling with it. Jabs coming in there by Means. Keeping Fialho on the outside. Fialho trying to find a way in. Kick coming in there by Fialho. We got 46 minutes till we're going to the main cards. Fialho trying to find a way forward. Big knee coming in there by Means. It's going to be a Means round, man. It's going to be a Means round. End of the round. And as I said, I believe that to be a Means round. Can I get some sensible predictions on Ramos versus Jourdain? I'm unfamiliar with either fighter, says user 250. Ramos against Jourdain. I've got Jourdain winning it. I think both are well-rounded. I think it could be a real barn burner. I think that Jourdain has got a good striking background. He's very tough to finish. He's been a lot more active recently than Ricardo Ramos. So that's always something that you have to factor in. If you've got a fighter that's been fighting recently compared with someone that's been away, it does always feel like the fighter that's been away has got a disadvantage there. So Jourdain has been active. He's got good volume as well. He looks for the finish throughout all the rounds, so he'll still be in there at the end of the fight. He applies pressure. He's going to fight for your money. He comes in as a slight favourite. I can tell you that on Tapology, 79% of people have gone with Charles Jourdain. And his wrestling isn't brilliant. There's definitely paths to victory for both guys. It's not a fight that you can go in with lots of confidence on either side because I think, well, the odds makers have got it close. And certainly Ricardo is like 7-3 in the UFC, is a very established fighter, is someone that's got experience and someone that's got plenty of victories as well. So just looking at that, it's a close little thing, but the bookies and the public are leaning Charles Jourdain. And you can see why. I like his volume. I like the fact he fights all 3 rounds. I like the fact he's been more active as well. So I would cast my vote in that direction. But again, not one you can have tons of confidence on. Second round underway. And as we said, it is at the moment Tim Means' fight to lose. Nice counter left coming in there by Tim Means. And again, means driving Fialho back, but Fialho spins round, gets a couple of shots coming in. Oh, lovely work by Fialho. Fialho sitting down on some of his punches. Now he's got Means up against the cage. There's a big uppercut right that comes in. Throwing out a couple of left-hand jabs. Swing and a miss there by Fialho. Again, some jabs coming in straight down the middle. Means trying to grab a hold of Fialho. Looked like he was going for some Muay Thai knees. Couldn't land anything. Some damage definitely done there by Fialho. That's a good little flurry for him. Means has got Fialho up against the side of the cage. Means just trying to weather a bit of a storm here. Fialho spinning the position around, though. I think that I didn't hear what they said to him in his corner, but they must have said, you got to go, man. You're definitely down in this fight. 16-14 is where we are at the moment. In favor of, actually, Fialho. 16-14. Just ahead of Means. Means has took a bit of sting out of it. Means had a good early part to this round. Then it was Fialho. Now Means is coming back. Dirty boxing. He's got Fialho up against the side of the cage. We're in a clinch at the moment. Second round. Fight number 5. I believe we've got one more fight on the prelims after this. We're about 40-odd minutes away from the main cards. Jab coming in there by Means. Jab again by Means. Fialho trying to find a way forward. Edging forward. Throws out a straight right. Hook shot coming back there by Means. Jab coming in by Means. Fialho throws in a counter. 1-2. Means trying to move his head out of the way. Edging forward. Kick coming in there by Fialho. Means again. Edging forwards. Couple of shots coming in. Knee strikes coming in there by Means. He's got Fialho back against the cage. Jab coming in there by Means. Fialho watching on, having a little look. Jab again coming in by Means. Driving Fialho back. Fialho trying to find a way forward. Swinging away. Couple of shots coming in. Means on the outside. Big knee strike coming in there by Means. Means goes down. Fialho is on top of him. That was pretty good work there by Fialho. He's managed to get Means down. He's on top of him. Means on his back. I got to tell you, though, in this round has drastically gone in a different direction. Means 37-21. So Means doing well at the start. Then Fialho. Then Means came back. Now we're down on the ground with Fialho looking for a rear naked. He slips off the back of Means. Means has got Fialho down. So Means on top of Fialho. We got shots raining down here by Means. Means is, again, another big shot coming in there by Means. Shots coming into the side of the head. Hammer fist coming in there by Means. Big blows coming into the side of the head. Right, coming in there by Means. Means unloading on Fialho. Fialho in trouble. Final moments of the rounds. I think Means took the first round 40-21 in this second round. He just killed him again. Actually, it just updated 48-21. Do you know what? Fialho had a great little spell in that round. Really felt like he had Means in all sorts of trouble, but again, could not get the job done. I think he's 2 rounds down. Did like the look of Tim Means in this. The pick felt like Fialho, but we said that Tim Means definitely could get the win here. An interesting, close little fight. And at the moment, it's one that's being won by Tim Means. Biplob, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. Says Dave's just joining a little bit late. How is it going? It's been okay. I don't think we've seen loads of great fights, but I really enjoyed the Malkoun Brundage debacle. Malkoun dominating that first round, hit Brundage in the back of the head, accidentally, or I believe to be accidental, and that's it. DQ loss. Cody Brundage wins, and just sparked a bit of a conversation, and it was mega lols. So yeah, that's probably my favorite thing that's happened so far. We saw Usman against Collier. That wasn't too bad. But yeah, I think the fun stuff is still to come, to be honest. But we've got some decent names. I mean, Marina Rodriguez, decent name, you know, ranked 8th in the women's strawweight division, taking on Michelle Waterson, the karate hottie, or Michelle Waterson Gomez as she is now. Dan Ige Mitchell should be a barn burner. Fiziev against Gamrot, our main event tonight, should be fun as well. So there's plenty coming up, plenty to look forward to. Fialho on the outside means putting that pressure on. Fialho backing up a little bit against the cage. Kick coming in there by Means. Fialho circling round. Means again coming in. Watching Fialho as Fialho continues to just try and stay out the way at the moment. He knows that he needs a finish. Tim Means has landed 57 headshots. Oh, big blows coming in. Wow, and it's a finish for Tim Means. Big blows coming in. He puts Fialho down. Fialho goes down. Tim Means wins. And is that the end of the road for Fialho? Is that it? 4 losses in a row. So head kick comes in. He did block it. He blocks the head kick, but it still rocks him. And then there's a hook and a straight. That then wallops Fialho. Means comes in with a big knee to the head. Body shot, and it's that hook, innit? It's that right hook. So he gets this big knee, and bang, it's this big right hook that just ends Fialho. Fialho gets absolutely right. Look, you can see he's dejected. Tim Means picks up the win. Means took that round. Justin said, I wish Angela Lee would come back. She is the true submission magician. Means is looking good. He's still got it, says Meridian. Man, Fialho had such a horrible feeling about this fight, says A. Jobson. Means looking good. I don't think about it. Wonderful future. I dozed off. Did Usman win his fight? He did. Yes. Decision. Off to Bellator. Saturday, October 20. I tell you what, we got some big stuff coming up, haven't we? I mean, Islam Makhachev against Oliveira too. That's October 21st. I think the week after that is Fury against Ngannou. I don't even... When's the WWE flipping... When's Fastlane? Fastlane, I think, is earlier in the month, innit? Thank God. Tim Means picking up the win. 7th of October for Fastlane. Good. #21st of October is UFC 294. Tim Means, most finishes amongst active welterweights. Tim Means with 7. Great finish, says Vicky May. Tim Means looks phenomenal. What a performance, says Robbie Glover. Dirty Bird with the win. Bisping said, you should be proud of yourself. Every time in here, you always show up. Tim Means business. I like it. Straight getting brutalized. Not coming back. Never. Right. Yeah, it was lovely. It's a lovely finish. Okay, so coming up next is going to be our main event. We might finally get just a little bit of a chance to breathe. It's been pretty non-stop tonight. We've been streaming for over 3 hours already, and it has been pretty constant. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated, as we are just over half an hour away. That's all. So Tim Means picking up the victory. Half an hour, we'll be going over to the main cards. Some good fights on that main card, as we said. Ramos against Jourdain should be a fantastic fight. Brian Battle, I've been really impressed with. Marina Rodriguez against Michelle Waterson. I mean, on another week, that could have main evented the fight night. Bryce Mitchell against Gamrot is main event in the fight night. So it's one of those where the main card tonight, actually, if you're a UFC fan, looks all right. Like, there's definitely some names there, some people that we're used to seeing, some people that have got some good wins. I mean, Bryce Mitchell, 6-1 in the UFC. Dan 50K Ige is 9-5. Michelle Waterson, we've seen her 13 times. She's 6-7. She definitely feels like she's on the slide now, though, but she's someone that people have got a lot of affection for. Fiziev 6-2, Gamrot 5-2, Ricardo Ramos 7-3, Charles Jourdain 5-5. There's a lot of experience on this card tonight. A lot of experience. Should be good. Will CM Punk return at Survivor Series? PFL has got a new fighter. A. Jobson said, I am 0-3 to start the card. Fialho is so frustrating to watch. Drew, who said Arsenal are going to clap Tottenham's cheeks. I definitely don't need to tune in for that. But Bryce is going to flatten Ige like the earth. Ah, very good. Very good. He's going to flatten him more than the earth. Love it. Right, coming up next then, we've got Dan Argueta against Miles Johns. Argueta is a pressure fighter, moves forwards. He is 1-1 in the UFC. His last fight was a no contest. He's got a reach advantage, not much, couple of inches. Looks to close the distance, looks for takedowns. He's got good jiu-jitsu, he's got good back takes. Miles Johns is a wrestle boxer. He's got good takedown defense. He is going to try and pace himself. He will struggle against Argueta, who is pressure and constantly brings the fight. Miles Johns is someone that needs to make sure that he's got a certain amount of energy, like get too pressured. The problem is he's in there with someone that brings pressure, and that's going to be a big problem for Miles Johns. He's got heavy hands. He relies on his power. Dan Argueta is the take on this one. He is the pick. 72% of people on Tapology have gone with him. He's -190 favorite. He's 9-1 overall, 1-1 in the UFC. I've got Dan Argueta picking up the victory, and which will be our final fight on the prelims. This is USA against USA as well. So either way, USA is winning in our next fight and also losing. And then we'll go to our main cards, which starts off with Ramos against Jourdain, Brazil versus Canada. We got USA against USA again with Battle against Fletcher. We got Brazil against USA with Rodriguez against Waterson Gomez. USA against USA with Mitchell against Ige. And then our main event, Battle of the Giant Nations. Forget the USA. Forget Mexico. Forget Brazil. Forget Russia. Forget any of those established countries. It is Poland versus Azerbaijan. Let's go. Poland versus Azerbaijan. My dream soccer World Cup final. Poland versus Azerbaijan. Well, we're gonna watch it tonight as the main event of this card. Shout out to, I love Poland, by the way. I've been there many times. It's a lovely place. I have never been to Azerbaijan. In fact, I could not point to Azerbaijan on a map. This card is rigged, says A. Jobson. I am loyal to Dan Argueta at -185. He has a homemade check hook. Argueta isn't about to claw the achievements. Asserta non musca, says A. Jobson. USA, says Vicky May. Poland 11, Poland 111. Let's go. Red, White and Red said Azerbaijani MMA is slept on. Oh, I've no doubt that they are an emerging powerhouse. It's just not a country that you necessarily associate with high-level sport, Azerbaijan. I mean, I'm not aware of them having an amazing basketball team or soccer team, or I don't know if they do anything other than fight. What is their, do you know what? I wonder what their national sport is. Let's have a look. How the hell do you spell it? Azerbaijan national sports. You never know with some of these. It might be like chicken chasing or something. Sports in Azerbaijan. Freestyle wrestling is their national sport. That's mental, isn't it? Their national sport. Forget sitting down on a Sunday to watch NFL, right? Forget watching the Premier League. Freestyle wrestling is regarded as their national sport. However, the most popular sports today are football, right? Fair play. I'm guessing soccer and chess. Football and chess. Chess. They sit down on a Sunday when they're having their Sunday lunch to watch chess. It's the most popular sports in Azerbaijan. Other popular sports include gymnastics, judo, and futsal, weightlifting, and boxing. So what the hell is going on? What's futsal? What's that? Is that like indoor football? Futsal is a football game played on a hard court, mainly indoors, and it's similar to five-a-side. Oh. Oh, there we go. First played in 1930 in Uruguay. It's indoor five-a-side football. Futsal. That's one of their top sports. Gymnastics, judo, futsal, weightlifting, boxing. I love the fact, though, that freestyle wrestling is their traditional national sport, but the most popular is soccer, football, and chess. Chess. God bless them. God bless them all. Bitblob said, Days, what do you think about Pereira against Jiri at UFC 295? It's going to be an absolute display of nasty fireworks. Both are savages. Yeah. I mean, what more can you say? It's going to be a barn burner. It's going to be exciting. I would expect a finish in that. I still think Jiri against Glover was like one of the best fights I've ever seen. Glover Teixeira. What a fight that was. So putting him in there like against Pereira, it's going to be amazing, yeah. When is that? UFC 295. So that's going to be what, November? What's the main event of the November card? Is that the John Jones one? Is that Jones Stipe? Yeah, it is. Jones Stipe, Jiri versus Alec Pereira at light heavyweight. We haven't seen Pereira at heavyweight, have we? Did I see that card? I might not have seen that card. No, I didn't. I didn't see that card. So I didn't actually see his performance against Jan Blachowicz. That's a shame. Yeah, I didn't see that Tony Ferguson loss either. I think that was on like the same night as something like SummerSlam. It was something really big WWE wise, so I didn't see that card. So I haven't seen him at light heavyweight. But he picked up a decision win against Jan Blachowicz. That's a very good win. Very good. Obviously, Adesanya couldn't get past Jan. So, yeah, him against Jiri, that will be fantastic. Right. Wow. We're underway. Chatting away about various different things. What have we got here? We've got Mackenzie Dern against Jessica Andrade. Jiri against Pereira. Jones Stipe. November 11th. Lots of big cards coming up. UFC definitely improving their pay-per-view offering this year. Okay, we've got hold of Johns' leg, driving him back against the cage. Little bit of lag. Hopefully that's fixed itself. Argetta with Johns over by the cage. I wonder what 300 will have, said Corey McCobra. It's got to be a massive fight card, a card to end all cards. Johns up against the fence, Argueta in control. I thought Jan won that fight, but Alex did outstrike him, said Red, White, and Red. Round the back still is Argueta. He's trying to get the hook here. He's got his leg round. He's looking for the body lock. He has managed to get round the back. Argueta on round the back of Johns. Johns is holding on to the wrist here of Argueta. So John staying on his feet at the moment. Argueta round the back. Still keeping a choke on. Shots coming into the side of the head there by Argueta. Putting on a squeeze at the moment here, Argueta. But it's on the chin. He can't get it under the chin. John's trying to survive at the moment. He's having to really defend. We're on the feet. We're over by the side of the cage. Argueta round the back of John's. He's trying to get the arm wrapped around. He's trying to put that squeeze on. Yeah, he's trying to get the arm around. Look, but no joy at the moment. He's asking... Oh, it's on the chin still. It's on the chin, but it is getting closer. John's in a whole world of pain here. Down we go. Gone down to the ground. And that squeeze is going to be even tighter now. So Johns has gone down. We've seen people tap when it's on the chin. Obviously, it's better that it's under the chin, but there looks to be a little bit of room there. John's certainly not making any gestures that he's in any kind of trouble, but he gets back up. He manages to get out there. He stayed calm in that position. He did well to explode out of that. We're on the feet. John's edging forward. Argueta backing up a little bit as John continues to move forwards. Swing and a miss there by John. Again, shot coming in, and Argueta gets driven back. John's in the center. Again, edging forward. Argueta throwing in a hook shot. John staying on the outsides. Jab coming in. That's a lovely right hand there by Johns. Argueta continuing to move forward. Argueta grabbing a hold of Johns. Over by the side of the cage. Fun little fight this so far. Good little scrap. So Johns has got Argueta up against the fence at the moment. Not much in the way of strikes. It's been a lot of control time and a few takedowns. And oh, now he's got a guillotine applied here, Argueta. Guillotine applied on Johns. Johns manages to slip his head out. He's on top of Argueta. We're down by the side of the cage. Johns is on top of Argueta. Argueta, I would say, has been leading this fight so far. Shots coming in as big hook shot coming in there. Huge hook shot. We've got Argueta trying to find a way forward. Counter shot coming in there by Johns. Whoa, big uppercut by Johns. But Argueta just eats it, continues to move forwards. Johns gets to a different part of the cage. We've had a few shots that have come in that have looked quite tasty. And there we go. End of the round. End of the rounds. Fun little round that. Hard round to score. I feel like it was Argueta that was the better fighter. I think that rear naked looked really good. Really, really good. And I don't think the 3 significant strikes is enough to give it to Johns. But not a bad little round, that. Not a bad little round at all. So I think it's an Argueta round, but close. Close. Fialho lost his soul. It gets even worse. There's too many TKO, KO losses in a row, says A. Jobson. Alex, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. UFC need to acknowledge their tribal chief. Here we go. About to get underway with round number 2. If you are just joining us, we are 16 minutes away from the main cards. Undercard's been all right. It's been all right. Dawson against Green is the main event 2 weeks' time. No UFC next week. Shots coming in. What the hell's on next week then? So UFC have got a break next week. Guillotine being applied here by Argueta. Again, it looks a good guillotine, actually. It looks a good guillotine. It looks like it's in quite nicely. Johns, though, has got a great ability to stay calm and not allow bad situations to get worse. This guillotine being applied here by Argueta. Johns has driven Argueta down. Argueta rolling over to the side of him. Just saying that he needs to be a little bit careful here, Argueta. Ryan gives the first round to Argueta. 10-9. So at the moment, we're in a situation, neither fighter making much progress. We're down on the ground. Argueta is controlling things off his back. What I like about Argueta is when he's on his back, he doesn't just lie there, constantly fighting, constantly battling, but John's the one that's got round the back of Argueta. Argueta trying to get back up to his feet, knees coming into the thighs. They're just token shots, really. Argueta getting up to his feet. John's continuing to put that pressure on. Argueta with a big knee strike there, goes back to the center of the octagon. Argueta trying to find a way forward. Jab coming in there by Argueta. And hook shot coming in there by Johns. Argueta again continuing to move forward. Oh, it's a big right hand by Johns. It's a big right hand kick coming in there by Argueta. Argueta standing his ground in the center. Argueta and Johns in the middle. Argueta edging forwards. Argueta, oh, lovely hook shot coming back there by Johns. We've got some really fun little striking exchanges here. Johns is just edging it. But Argueta grabs him, drives him against the side of the cage. This feels like a better round for Johns. Better than the first round. Right now, we've got Johns getting back up to his feet. It's 9-7. Significant strikes in favor of Johns. Both guys have managed to secure a takedown. Argueta again, round the back, round the side of Johns at the moment. Johns over by the side of the cage. Knee strikes coming in there by Argueta. Johns is being controlled. Argueta is round the back of Johns, and Johns managing to get away, break away. Both in the center right now. Oh, big heavy shots coming in by Johns. That looked good. His leg, I'm just having a look at John's right leg. I think it's okay, but it was just dragging a little bit behind him. How many leg kicks? We haven't had, 4 leg kicks? We haven't had many. It has been a tough fight, though, for both guys as Argueta has exploded forward. Johns has managed to grab a guillotine of his own. Doesn't look that tight, to be honest. It's a real scrap, this, though. 12-9 on significant strikes in favor of Johns. 16-11. There was a submission attempt in this round, though, for Argueta. Alex, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone joining us. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We're on 164. It'd be good if we could try and boot it before we get to the main cards. Maybe knock on the door to 200. Before we get to that main card, big shot there by Johns. Argueta is rocked. Argueta stumbles a little bit. He's there for the taking, Argueta. Leg kick coming in there by Johns. I think all this work he's been doing, it is adding up. Knee coming back there by Argueta. Argueta in the center, trying to find a way forward. Johns on the outside. Big knee comes in, grabs a hold of the head. Johns, though, looking for a takedown. Manages to grab the right leg of Argueta, but it's too late. End of the round. I think it's a Johns round. I think it was a lot more impressive in that round. A. Jobson says, most of my picks tonight are fades on people. This one, Argueta, because he can't outbox the local milkman. Diggy Days more untouchable than John Cena. 10-9 Argueta, but I don't know. It was close in the first round. Second round, I think, is John's. 1-1 said Young Heath Ledger. Young Heath Ledger, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. The lag is a bit crazy. According to the numbers I've got, it says that we've had 1% lag. It has been a little bit wobbly. Definitely been a little bit wobbly. I think if it does lag, it doesn't lag for long. I think it just drops a couple of frames and then comes back. I will keep an eye on it, but at the moment it says about 1% of the stream has lagged, which isn't bad if you think we've been streaming for like 3 hours 30. Okay, we got jab coming in. Oh, big shots there by Johns. Wailing away. Argueta in trouble. Argueta in trouble. Argueta is minus 130 on live odds. Miles Johns has put together some good work, man. He's put together some good work. That was a lovely little, just threw in these big hooks. Just smashing Argueta. There's a big haymaker that seemed to miss there by Argueta. He's putting the pressure on. Kick coming in by Argueta. Johns in round 3. This could be 1-1. Whoever takes this could take the fight. Which way is this going to go? Argueta just seems to have been fading during this contest. Johns having a little look as Argueta continues to move forwards. Argueta again trying to throw in a body shot. Leg kick coming in there by Johns. Argueta again edging forward. Jab coming in there by Johns. Argueta again continuing to put that pressure on. He's still getting pieced up, though. It's 9-2 in this round so far. Down goes Argueta. He moves forward. He gets clipped by Johns. Argueta goes down. We might be looking at Argueta needing a finish here. We might be looking at him needing a finish. He's trying to get some shots on Johns. Johns is on his bike at the moment. There's blood on the face of Argueta. Johns again backing away. Spinning back elbow by Argueta. Doesn't really get all of it. We're into the final 3 minutes of this fight. Jab coming in. Big overhand by Johns. Misses with it, though. Looks for a takedown. Tries to get the takedown. He's managed to grab a hold of the leg of Argueta. This is probably really good work, actually, by Johns, because right now he's up in this round. He's either winning the fight or he is... hammer fist coming in there. He's either winning the fight or he is 1-1 and winning the round. So just taking a bit of time out of the fight is probably a good thing for him to do. Jab coming in there by Argueta. Johns backing up a little bit. Argueta grabbing a hold of him, grabbing a hold of his head. There's blood coming down the nose of Argueta. You can see the blood just dripping onto the back of Johns. Argueta over by the cage. We're on the feet. Johns is putting the pressure on. So Johns has got Argueta over by the side of the cage. Argueta has got a bit of a squeeze, some sort of looks like it's round the neck, head and arm thing. 1 minute 20 to go. Feels like it's going to be Johns. Feels like it's going to be Johns. Let them bleed, said Kieran. We do need to have a look at Tapology as well, see where we are with Tapology. 1 minute left to go in this one. 1 minute left in this one. Argueta taking some deep breaths. He's down. He's over by the side of the cage. I don't think he's done enough to take the fight. If it was 1-1 going into this, then it's going to be 2-1 Johns. And it could have been 2-0 Johns. I think that Argueta was at the point where he needed a finish. He was showing a lot of fight in the early stages of this, but seems to have faded. Johns just needs to be careful that this doesn't turn into a guillotine. He pops his head out. There was a bit of a squeeze that was being applied there, but there was certainly nothing dramatic. Significant strikes in round 3. I can tell you that we are... It's got to load him. On the feet, 5 seconds left to go. They break apart. It's 25-11 to Johns in round 3. It's got to be a Johns round. Asker is a future Hall of Famer, says Mr. Quake. Right, there we go. End of the fight. It wasn't a bad little fight. It wasn't a bad little contest. Plenty of output. But, yeah, just lacking that finish that we were searching for. Right, we'll get the decision on that. We're done with the prelims. 5 fights left. Plenty of names that we know and love coming up as well. So we are making our way to the main card. Jourdain. No UFC next week. I have no idea what we're doing next week. Legit no idea. Life is so repetitive, says Drew Who. Next week, NXT No Mercy. That could be why there's no UFC. I'm guessing it's probably... I'm guessing that WWE have gone that weekend maybe because of no UFC, yeah. I don't think it'll be UFC trying to avoid the NXT show. I think it'll be NXT maybe going that weekend because UFC do have planned breaks. Is it really No Mercy next week? I might have to get my predictions done. Wins. Is it really NXT? I didn't realise it was NXT No Mercy next week. Good. NXT. Have we got the card, sorted yet? We haven't really, have we? Can't really do the predictions because we don't really know who's going to be facing Noam Dar. Noam Dar against either Butch or Joe Coffey. Carmelo Hayes against Ilya Dragunov. Bron Breakker versus Baron Corbin. And Becky Lynch versus Tiffany Strand. Do you know what? Plenty of star power there, isn't there? Becky, Baron, Butch, potentially. Carmelo, Ilya. Tiffany, Bron. It's pretty tasty little card, this. Miles John said, coming into this fight has been a whirlwind of emotions, and he's telling people that you do matter. Oh, did he lose a loved one? Is that why he said? I didn't know why he said. I thought he had been struggling. But Bisping says those are beautiful words and condolences. I haven't heard anything about Miles Johns, but it must be that he's lost a family member or a friend or something. Good work by Miles Johns. He picks up the win. Next week, no mercy. Argueta has not heard of the concept of not getting hit by punches. Bryce is going to get knocked out. Oh, he's going to get knocked off his flat earth, says Meriden Heights. Let's go. Perhaps some sense will be knocked into him. Who knows? The karate hottie Michelle can't wait for that fight. UFC is taking some more weeks off coming up soon, said Red, White, Red. Sonny said, hey, UFC watchers, I made a book. Check it out. It's a poem book. Not me. Those are the words of Sonny. Right, let's go over to Tapology, shall we? See where we are. This, I think, is the latest. Hello, sexy. What's going on here, William? Loving that. Can I even tell what stream that's from? So definitely a UFC stream, I would say, but I can't quite tell what stream it's from. But yeah, we've got our top 10. So in joint 9th is Corey and Bruno. In joint 7th is Stratty the Baddie and LFC Bonkers. In 6th is Rush One. In joint 4th is Mad25661 and Daddy Made Isaac. In number 3 is William Hensey, who is looking super cute in his profile picture. Shout out to you. The tree at the moment. But is it going to stay that way? That's the question as we now go to the main card. Main card time. Time for Ramos and Jourdain. Let's stop the clock. Stop the clock. 5 fights left to go tonight. It should be a fun little card, this. It's the prelims have been okay. We did get someone getting punched in the boob, thinking that they were going to get a timeout for that. The referee granted them a... We do now move our focus to the main card. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated, as we keep saying. It's not really a target during these fight nights. We do try to get to 1,000 normally. But yeah, here I would say definitely got to be breaking that 200, didn't we? Definitely got to be breaking that 200. Okay, we've just got the start of the main show. Big shout out, as I said, that we're getting to the start of the main cards. Sonny said, I hope you are well. I've sold about 12 or 13 books so far. It's really good, man. It's really good. I can't hear anything, says Dark Angel. Lost audio. That must be a YouTube thing. Must be a sexy YouTube thing because it says that the audio's coming through. I've got the little line like, woo, doing all the little line thing. I think that, do you know what? I think actually, I was told yesterday that there was a few audio problems. There may be some YouTube issues. I mean, it seems like it's okay. Fiziev against Gamrot. It's good now. Leg is a bit tripping. We're gonna do what we can. I mean, if it's difficult because if I got a red light and it says that the connection's not great, I can do something about that. I can change the router. If I haven't got any sound, I can do something about that. I can unplug it, plug it back in. I've got a different microphone if I need it, right? I can do stuff about that. But if that's green and that's got a line that's moving on it, and you're telling me there's issues, then it must be YouTube. So I don't know, man. We'll have to just take it as it goes. If we are going to have a few little technical issues, it's probably not the worst week for it to happen. But don't worry, we'll find our way through. We will always find our way through. Start of the main card then, Ricardo Ramos against Charles Jourdain. Charles Jourdain is got a striking background, is a black belt in jiu-jitsu, is 5-5, won in May against Gracie. He's very tough to finish. Pressure fighter. He's not good with his wrestling, but constantly is in the fight. Looks for a finish throughout all 3 rounds. He is taking on Ricardo Ramos, who's got a grappling background. He's a black belt in jiu-jitsu as well. 7-3 in the UFC. Won his last fight by round 1 finish. He has one punch power. He's tall, he's long. He's got, he doesn't take his shots very well. He's got a good stinging jab. There's a lot to like about both guys, but Charles Jourdain, -135. Favorite. 79% of people on Tapology have gone with him. That feels like it's the play. They're both around the same age. They're both around the same experience. It's a close little thing. We said you can't really have too much confidence going into this one. Certainly could go either which way, but I am going with Charles Jourdain. One thing we haven't looked at as well is our poll. In regards to our main event, we've had nearly 400 votes on that. Nearly 400 votes. So who wins our main event? Fiziev, 68%. Gamrot, 32%. So 68% to 32%. Fiziev is the pick by people by the looks of it. Can tell you that he's the favorite, and also he has been selected by more people on Tapology as well. 68% of people on Tapology have gone Fiziev, 32% have gone Gamrot. -140 favorite Fiziev, +115 Gamrot. They're just previewing our main event. Of course, it can go 5 rounds as well because it's the main event. Number 6 against number 7 in the lightweight division. And they're just breaking down the card at the moment. I had to refresh. I thought it was a broken phone, said Curse One. Predictions, 3 of 11 winners, non-perfect, 165. I am tied for 1806, says A. Jobson. We all get used to technology running us now. It already runs most of our lives. Climate change is affecting the audio, says 8K Thumb Grips. Climate change. Definitely climate change. I can hear you now. Good. Not JPEG said we're almost at that 200 likes. It can be done. Peter said, did you listen to Rogan's pod with Ngannou? I didn't. No. Is it good? Is it worth a listen? I would listen to it. Red, White, Red said Fiziev and Gamrot should beat 4 and 5 in the lightweight ranking because Beneil and Chandler are imposters. William said, I was offered an admin job at YouTube. A. Jobson said, I'm going with Jourdain at -145. He has a Xenotropic Haragoshi. Jourdain should bake the masterpiece. It's a lovely way of wording it. He should bake the masterpiece. The Earth's climate has always changed, says Drew Who. Selling books in this digital overlord age is really good. Us humans are ruining the Earth, though. How have we got onto this subject? Right, here we go. It's time for the video package for our first fight of the evening on the main card. Ramos against Jourdain. We've broken it down. Get in your thoughts. Which way do you think this is going to go between Ricardo Ramos and Charles Jourdain? What is your pick on this one? Ngannou is super soft, said Joshua Spoken. It's scary because he's big and a known killer. Red, White, and Red said we can't hurt the earth. We're too small. We are way too small. Although I would say if you've got a giant picnic and a load of ants, they are going to mess up that picnic. And they're small, aren't they? We're basically, we're evil ants. That's what we are. We're basically evil ants. Ramos with an uppercut win. Jourdain by TKO, said Daniel. Love Strand as Isby showing the fights. Very deep. Here comes Jourdain then making his way down, fighting out of Quebec, Canada. Pirate flags and bloodlust. Sonny said Ramos knockout round 2. Combe Cobra said that dam in Japan changed the length of the day. We matter. Empire of the Ants is a horror film. Oh, do you know what? I've been watching this channel. I did see a video before. I think a few channels do it, but I've never really looked. You can actually get recap videos. Because I do recap videos for the wrestling shows. So if you want to know what happened on Raw, if you want to know what happened on NXT, if you want to know what happened on SmackDown, I do like 3-minute recaps of those shows. Raw's like 3 hours long. SmackDown's 2 hours long. In the space of 7 minutes, you can know everything that happened in WWE this week. Should do that, shouldn't I, really? Why don't I put those videos together and this week in WWE type thing? I should do that. But anyway, that you can do. There are recap videos of horror movies, and I've been watching some. Oh God, they're so good. Like 10 minutes, you can know everything that happens in a film. Saves you having to watch the film. And they use footage from the film so you can kind of see key moments and everything, and see how the story progresses. And I don't know, man. I'm a bit split on it because, like, with the recaps I do of shows, the shows have been and gone. We're moving on to the next thing, right? I mean, there ain't many people that are going to go back and watch SmackDown from, last month. Like, once it's aired, that's it, we're moving on. With a horror film, like, that's, do you know what I mean? Like, it takes like 2 years to make or something. And you don't move on from it. It's like, that is it. That is the final product. So, I don't know how I feel about people recapping them from that point of view. Like, it definitely ruins the film. It doesn't make me want to watch the films. It makes me think, oh, I don't need to watch that film now. So, I don't know. Legally, copyright-wise, I don't know how they're getting around it. But forgetting that side of if it's right or wrong, it's really interesting. I saw this one, right? I'll tell you this one. There was this one where there's this box, and this guy, like, is a bit lonely and whatever. He goes round to, like, this brothel, and they said, like, do you want a girl or do you want this box? And he was like, what's the box? And they're like, well, if you put your little lad in there, you'll have a really good time. And he does, and he has a really good time. And so he steals the box and he takes it home. And he goes back, like, to see the woman, and she, like, warns him. She's like, you need to bring it back, because, like, it's not something that you should do all the time. It's like, it's a one-off special experience, but you shouldn't be doing it all the time. Like, bad things will happen if you do it all the time. And he starts to get more and more aggressive, and he ends up killing her, and he kills his partner. Like, he starts to really lose it, but he still keeps, like, using this box. And it's amazing because he starts to get ill. He starts to get aggressive and he starts to get ill. And he goes back to the brothel that he got it from. And there's a guy there, like, who's like, come in. And he goes in. And the guy's like, just wait in this room. Like, we'll get you fixed up. We'll get you sorted. And at this point, he's in a really bad state. And the film ends with him, like, collapsing on the floor. His head is a swollen mess. The guy comes in, right? And that said, wait here. Guy comes in, chops his head off, puts it in the box. And then the next guy comes in and you hear them go, do you want a girl or do you want the box? And so now you know what was in the box. It was the previous victim. Oh, man. I thought that was such a good twist. I was like, that's good, isn't it? That's good. It's one of them where you go, it's good, isn't it? So, yeah, sex with boxes. But that's not what we're here for. We're here for this fight, and we are underway. Charles Jourdain against Ricardo Ramos. Ramos into the center. Yellow shorts for him. Red shorts for Charles Jourdain. There we go. We've got some stats up and running. Kick coming into the midsection. Ramos edging forwards. And Ramos going for a kick upstairs. Jourdain staying on the outside. Another kick coming in there by Ramos. He's pouring it onto Jourdain. And again, we've got Ramos circling around on the outside. There's a left hand coming in there by Jourdain. That's a great idea. With work, I can always watch WWE shows, says Jamie. I already do them. The on the channel, they've got recap written on the sides. They already break the shows down. To be honest, I don't think people know that they exist. I don't think people really know that I do them because they tend to do about, like, I don't know, the one for SmackDown last night. I think last time I saw it was on about 800 views or something. So it's not a big part of the channel at the moment, but it's something that I'm looking to grow. So, but yeah, maybe if I did like this week in WWE, just group them all together in one video, I could definitely do that. But the individual shows go up about 2-3 hours after the show's end. Jourdain is down on the ground. He's managed to snatch the neck of Ramos. And Ramos is in... he's got a bit of side control here, but he's not the one that's in control. Jourdain has got him round the neck. He's trying to get back up to his feet. Ramos keeping Jourdain down. Ramos again over to the sides. Jourdain trying to get back up to his feet here, but he's being kept grounded by Ramos. Scrappy little thing at the moment, halfway through the first round. Jourdain is down. Ramos is on top of Jourdain. Keeping him grounded still. But yeah, Ramos, we're right in the center. It's very unusual to see us right in the middle of the octagon. Elbow coming in there by Jourdain. Ramos all over Jourdain, keeping him down. We're 17 minutes into the main card already. There's a real scramble going on. Both guys trying to get back up to their feet. Takedown by Ramos. Jourdain snatches the neck. Jourdain looking for a guillotine. It looks good, and he taps him. Wow! Wow! Tight guillotine. Tight guillotine. Yep. Charles Jourdain gets that early stoppage, that early win. Real scrambles down on the ground. Charles Jourdain, boom. Giant bug movies have been around since the 50s, says Not JPEG. should do best bits each Sunday of all the wrestling shows in the week, said Doc's Diaries. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be able to do like AEW because we don't watch. I mean, we do watch Dynamite, but we don't watch Rampage or like Collision on a Saturday. So that makes it a bit tricky. I think telling the stories of what's happening on the shows, like look, John Cena came out at the start. He wanted this match. The match wasn't made, but they said that they'll do it for the paper. Like all that stuff, I already do that. That's a thing that exists. Picking out the best moments is interesting. That is interesting. Best in-ring moments. Problem you've got, though, is that at what point do you run the risk of being hit with copyright? I mean, even the recaps are a bit... See, the thing is, there's people out there doing them for TV shows and doing them for movies and whatever. So you look at it and you go, well, I must be there must be something to it from a copyright point of view. Otherwise, like everyone would be getting smashed with copyright. I used to do it with just I think taking a 3-hour show and posting like a 3-minute recap. I mean, you can't say that that is the same product, can you? You know, like, but it's tricky. It is definitely tricky. It is something that I'm aware of. Flirting with copyright is something that I don't like doing. So yeah, it's a bit risky. But that would be a great idea. Search sites imaginary on a date. Imagine days on a date telling that to a lady. Days we've got to watch the videos live as well during the streams. Maybe make sure people know it's a full show review and not the videos we get during shows. We've got to watch videos live during the streams. Make sure people know it's a full show review and the videos we get during the shows. Yeah, yeah. Tricky. I think what holds me back from shouting about them more is the copyright thing. So what make more sense is maybe I should move them to the second channel. That way, if there is any issue with copyright, it doesn't affect this channel. Maybe then I would be willing to shout about it a bit more. Maybe it's the uncertainty around the fair use that's just holding me back from just really shouting about them. So maybe I need to move them. I've already moved them a few times, though, to be honest, for different reasons. I wanted to go big with them, and now I'm moving them back to the second channel. I could understand that's affecting, like, the views because people won't know where to find them. I'll have to have it, yeah. I'll have to think about it. Wouldn't be surprised if Jourdain and Battle both get submissions. Yeah, well, one down. You sound like a robot. There is distorted audio. Oh, that's exciting, isn't it? That's exciting. Very exciting. Dazed and confused. Well, I don't know why that's happening. That's an exciting development. Let me... Check. Am I a robot? Actually, I was sounding like a robot then. Am I a robot? Is it better now? Is it better or worse? Or same? I'm scared, said Red, White, and Red. We're all scared. I'm scared. You should keep that audio. It sounds like you're in a tin can. Has it changed it? Has it improved? Butterstarch says, don't fix it. It's better now. Ah, well, I don't even know why it happened. I've got nothing that tells me that, I don't have a button to turn myself into a robot. So I don't know. Oh, we're experiencing quite a few fun little technical issues this evening, aren't we? That was amazing. And there is actually an app that does change your voice. There is something that will change your voice. I don't have it. Maybe I could have a little look for it. Voice mod. I think there was one. Voice mod, voice changer. Brian Battle making his way down. Voice mod, real-time voice changer. Install voice mod and create your new Sonic identity. Do I need a new Sonic identity? Download now. I bet it's a subscription thing. I bet you have to be like subscribed to it. Just because I want to sound like Mickey Mouse once. Voice mod, real-time voice changer. Get voice mod free. Yeah. 21 new real-time AI human voices. Have you got some to this? What's this? Get voice mod free. Brace yourself with voice mod. I feel like I'll download it. My account. Facts. FAQ. Payment and subscription. Here we go. What payment method does voice mod accept? Oh, we accept loads. PayPal, Amazon. How can I change my subscription plan? I knew it. There's no mention of flipping subscriptions and payment and everything, but as soon as you download it, they got you. As soon as you download it, that's in. That's it. You're stuck. Ain't doing it. Can you get Frank Butcher? I hope so. Pat. Not JPEG said, all this talk about sci-fi and horror movies has made things weird. Has been a bit weird. You know, I watched another of those recap ones, right? And this one was a woman cheating on her husband, but the husband knew about it. And what he did was he called up the guy that was cheating like with his wife. He managed to get his number. He called him up and he said, look, I've kidnapped your family. What I want you to do is I want you to keep my wife in the building, right? That's all you need to do. If she leaves, I will kill your family, right? And he was like, okay. And so he knew all he's got to do is keep that woman there, and then, like, you know, his family will be let go in the morning. But what he did was he called his wife and he said, I know about the affair. And I can't remember what he said, something like, I've got your sister or whatever. If you want her to live, you need to get out tonight. How clever is that? So he's called up the wife and said, you got to leave, right? And he's called up the guy that's cheating and said, you've got to keep her there. Otherwise, like, a family member dies. So, like, psychologically, they're all messed up now. And it kind of follows the events of the night. Again, clever, innit? Clever premise. I would never think of that. Clever. Calling up both sides and playing them off against each other. One's got to get them to stay. The other one's got to try and leave. It's clever. This is why the recap videos are good, because, you know, I'll never watch those kind of films, but it gives you a glimpse into, like, because to be honest, a lot of these films, they've got good plot ideas like that, but I don't know, so scores. They're not like, amazing scores. I'd never get around to watching those films. But still, you get to go, yeah, that's really clever, man. That's clever. There's loads of channels like that on the internet that do these horror recaps. Not going to lie, Ramos got what he deserved, said A. Jobson. He played with fire too much and he was overconfident in his own Brazilian jiu-jitsu to allow Jourdain to keep him in that position. Who's not psychologically messed up? Good point. Meriden Heights said, brilliant. I love it. It's clever. I thought it was clever. Right, we are seeing Fiziev arrive. Right, coming up next is going to be battle against Fletcher. So we are moving on. We're still 10 away here from getting to 200. It's a dark day in this community. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we're trying to get past 200. I know it's not the most exciting of cards. I hear you. I think there are some good fun fights on the card, but I think this is definitely one for the UFC hardcore fans. I don't know that there's much here to bring in the casuals, you know. This is the last show. There's no show next week. This has got that kind of end of term feel. You know, when you go in and everyone's having a bit of a DOS because it's the last day, and then that's it. People, you're breaking up for a bit. It's got that feel to it. It's got that vibe. It's got that end of term vibe. Right, coming up next, Bryan Battle against AJ Fletcher. Battle 4-1 in the UFC. He won his last fight in May in round 1. Solid cardio, good defensive grappling. Delivered a knockout of the year contender last time out, Bryan Battle. Big knockout power, decent chin, good front kicks. Hits hard. He's a bit of a size bully. He's taking on AJ Fletcher, who's 1-2 in the UFC. He is quite quick, actually. He's got decent cardio, good scrambles. He's got pressure wrestling, and he's got nice flowing grappling as well. Bryan Battle against AJ Fletcher. Battle -195. Fletcher +165. Battle 92% to Fletcher's 8%. Battle 29, Fletcher 26. This should be a fun little fight. Another one that should be a fun little fight. And then after that, we got Marina Rodriguez against Michelle Waterson. So we are working our way towards the top end of the card. We are working our way towards some juicy names and some juicy looking fights. Bang, bang, bang. I am enamored with Bryan Battle at -190. He's got a trendy leg kick. Battle must neutralize the octagon, guaranteed. Chrome said, who would you take between the Paul brothers when they inevitably have their boxing match? Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a tricky little one because isn't Logan a bit bigger? Isn't Logan bigger than Jake? And I think it's got a better reach than Jake. Thing is, though, I think Jake could get in on the inside and do more damage. So Logan, I think, feels quite confident. I think with a full camp could be quite interesting. But I think that Jake he's got way more experience. He's, I think, put in way more intensive training. It's one thing, but there is a size difference. I don't know what it is. I don't know the size difference. Don't know how much bigger Logan is compared to Jake, but there is a size difference. And I would probably be leaning Jake just because of the experience. But full training camp for Logan, who didn't look too bad against Floyd, but it's hard to know if Floyd just, it's hard to know. It's hard to know how much Floyd was engaged in that fight. It's hard to know if Floyd really was, that bothered about it. But Logan did manage to go 8 rounds with Floyd for whatever that's worth. So if the Paul brothers did face each other, I think Jake would open as favourite. I think Jake would be my pick. But I don't think it's going to be like a -500 or anything. I think it'd be like a -250, something along those lines for Jake. But surely Jake would open as favourite. Size matters little when one has more experience, and Jake isn't that much smaller, said TJ. A said, no offense, but getting submitted by a guillotine from that position is disgraceful for a black belt. Drew, who said, I hope they turn each other into vegetables during the fight. Bit harsh. But I know they're not the most popular of people. Certainly if you're going to be crypto scamming, which didn't seem to go down very well. Weird that, isn't it? Bryan Battle is got a 10-inch reach advantage. Chrome Cobra said, as a purple belt, it's disgraceful here too. Right, we are about to get underway with our second fight on this main card. AJ Fletcher getting his introduction. He'll be taking on Bryan Battle. Bryan Battle, as we said, 4-1 in the UFC. Let's go. I missed the picks deadline on Tapology. I picked without paying attention, says Dark Angel. Drew Who said they epitomize everything that's wrong with humanity. Old Chief said you should hum us the walkout songs. I don't see them. We actually get the cards free in the UK. Well, not free, but they're on TNT Sports. So we just, as long as you're subscribed, you get the pay-per-views, you get the fight nights and all of that. But the way that they pay for it is they go to adverts during the walkouts. So I never see the walkouts, or rarely see the walkouts. Right, here we go. About to get underway. Boom. Both fighters then. Bryan Battle, look at the size of him compared to Fletcher. He's coming in with a 10-inch reach advantage as well. I mean, you really should be making that work for you, shouldn't you? 10-inch reach advantage. You really, really should be doing something with that. That is such a gift. Battle staying on the outside as Fletcher trying to find a way of getting in. Battle throwing in a kick to the body is keeping Fletcher at kicking distance. Kick coming in there by Fletcher. Battle circling round. Battle's fun, man. Battle definitely can find somewhat juicy here. 29 years old. Fletcher 26. Kick coming in there by Battle. Fletcher again circling round. He's staying in the center, trying to explode forwards. No joy. Kick coming in there by Battle. Battle is again circling round as Fletcher moves forward. Kick coming in there by Battle again as he continues to circle round. Inside leg kick there by Fletcher. Fletcher again having a little look, seeing if he can find a way forward. Kick coming back there by Battle and again. Fletcher edging forward. Kick coming in there by Battle. Fletcher again switching stances. Bouncing around. Outside leg kick there by Fletcher. Fletcher again having a little look as Battle throws in a kick. Another kick coming in there by Battle. At the moment, not much in it. A lot of these kicks are falling short. He is just trying to keep Fletcher back a little bit. We've had 2 minutes so far. We are just 2 likes away from getting to 200. And again, we've got Fletcher circling round, trying to find a way forwards. Big shot coming in there by Fletcher. Battle standing his ground in the middle. Kick coming in there by Battle. Another kick coming in again there by Battle. 7-6 at the moment. Significant strikes in favor of Fletcher. Fletcher, again, is standing his ground in the middle, switching stances. We've had nearly 500 votes in the poll. 68% of people have gone with Fiziev. 32% have gone with Gamrot for our main event. There's a lack of activity in this fight. There's a lot of distance between the fighters. Fletcher just can't get in close enough to do the damage. Shot coming in there by Battlers. Fletcher's trying to find a way in. Fletcher trying to find a way forward. Couple of shots coming in there by Fletcher. Battle again standing his ground. Kick coming in there by Battle as Fletcher continues to bounce around. Jab coming in there by Battle. Battle being very watchful at the moment. Jab coming in by Battle again as he continues to move forward. Kick coming into the body there by Battle. Kick coming in again there by Battle. Kick coming back by Fletcher. Fletcher circling rounds. Fletcher having a little look as a kick comes in there by Battle. Fletcher trying to find a way forwards. Kick coming in by Fletcher and again by Battle. These two exchanging a few kicks. You can see most have been kicks at the moment. 7 for Fletcher, 6 for Battle. Fletcher's thrown 12, landed with 6. Again, kicks coming in. 18 to the body by Battle. A lot of what he's been throwing has been going to the midsection. We've got a minute left here. So Battle going to the body a lot. He's thrown 12 to the head, 6 to the legs, 19 to the body. Fletcher's been going to the head. Battle. Fletcher grabs Battle, drives him back against the side of the cage. Knee strike coming in there by Battle. Fletcher in control at the moment. Battle up against the side of the cage. Oh, beautiful shot by Fletcher. Battle is rocked. Battle is rocked. He gets back up to his feet, though, but that should get scored as a knockdown, and that should give Fletcher the round. Yep. I mean, Battle just crumpled down. He stayed down for a second, then got back to his feet, but this could be a dub for Fletcher for that round. Oh, I tell you what, that was a battle round as well until that moment. That was a battle round. Elbow. He's just asking, was it an elbow? His corner says, yeah, it was an elbow, but you shook it off. Yeah, disappointing, man. Disappointing. Battle, I think, did well there, but nothing spectacular. Just kept it tight. Boomer said Jade Cargill's WWE name has been revealed on Fightful Select. Has it? Boomers, shout out to you. Let's have a little look, shall we? If they've got some news on Jade's name, that'll be interesting. Luke Gallows has been missing. Gallows hasn't wrestled in a month. Dark match. I can't see anything on Fightful Select. Can't see anything about Jade Cargill's new name. Okay, round two. Kick coming in there by Battle. Okay, we've got Fletcher driving Battle against the side of the cage. So 10-9. AJ has got Battle up against the side of the cage. There's not much happening at the moment. He's just got him up against the fence. So he's in control. Minute gone so far. They're just taking this an opportunity to advertise Dawson versus Green. Battle reverses the position, though. Battle reverses the position. Looks like if we got a little bit of lag momentarily. I wonder if that's because I had a few too many windows open. Knees coming in there by Battle. Fletcher staying over by the side of the cage. Battle still in control. I think that's what hurt Wilder after he knocked down Fury. He went out of the fight mentally immediately. He never got back into it. He dumped all of it in that moment. Right, Fletcher still over by the cage. Battle is in control. Brian Battle is winning this battle, says Michael Bisping. He is. He has managed to get him up against the side of the cage. Battle has got Fletcher, but he's got to do something with it. Knee strike coming in there by Fletcher. Knee strike coming back by Battle. Battle with Fletcher. He's got his leg. He's trying to get him down to the ground, and he does. Halfway through the fight, halfway through the rounds, Fletcher's grabbed a guillotine by the looks of it. Looks like he's got the guillotine, but it's not on properly. He couldn't get both hands connected, and Battle survives. Right now, we're down to the ground. Fletcher on his back. This is not a great fight. This is not the fight I was hoping for, to be honest. I was hoping for something a bit juicier than this, but, you know, it is what it is. Battle keeping Fletcher down. 42-22. This feels like a battle round. Fletcher just edges the first, but feels like Battle should take this one as long as nothing stupid happens. Do you think the Apex fights will ever end? I think that we will get back to like having a full year of cards outside of the Apex. But to say that we will like never go back to the Apex, I wouldn't be able to say that. I think it's a venue that's cheap for them to use. It's convenient for them to use. If they have any problems trying to find a venue for a certain date, the Apex is always there. And I think it's such an easy, cheap option that I don't think it will take too much for them to go, do you know what? For a one-off, we can do the Apex. So I think that we will move away from these as more venues open up. I mean, like, they can go to the UK at least once a year. They can go to France now once a year. They can go to Florida. They can, you know, once these arenas are opening back up and they're going there and setting records, and, you know, these venues will want them coming back. That's a tight squeeze there by Battle. Battle's got a rear naked. It's on the chin, and Bryan Battle wins. Bryan Battle gets the victory. So really dull second round, which progressed. And Bryan Battle found a victory. Found a rear naked choke. Are you doing the Canelo fight next week? Who's he fighting? Who's he fighting? Who's Canelo fighting? No would be the answer. I didn't even know he was fighting. I don't think I've seen any press for a fight, have I? John Ryder was the one I was thinking of. Yeah, that was back in May. Is it the Charlo fight next? My answer would be no. I don't have any plans to do the Charlo one. I remember. Do you know what? I think it went into my diary, and because we've done so many big events recently, it's just completely slipped my mind. Completely slipped my mind. With some big UFC cards coming up and the Tyson Fury fight coming up and all that kind of stuff, I haven't heard any talk about this Canelo fight. I mean, you're talking about a really, really big fight. Him against Charlo is a big fight, but it doesn't feel like a big fight. I've not heard any talk about it at all. In fact, I haven't seen any videos on it or anything. So, don't know, a tricky one, because I think we've got NXT next week as well. I mean, I feel like the Canelo fight is definitely the bigger event, though. The Showtime are putting out some all-access things that have got a few views on them, just over 1 million views, which is very good. But yeah, honestly, that just hasn't been hitting my feed at all. I've not been getting recommended any kind of Charlo, Canelo bits. That's going to be a little bit of a problem. I wonder if NXT will try and get out the way of the Canelo fight. I'll have to have a look. Okay, we're done with this one. Bryan Battle picks up the win. Red, White and Red said the Apex isn't the problem, it's the crowd. They need to triple seating and sell cheap tickets so real fans show up. So Bisping is in there talking to Bryan Battle, that's just picked up a second round victory. Brian won the battle, says Amy. Right, coming up next is Rodriguez against Waterson Gomez. Today was just another day at the office, says Brian Battle. He says that he doesn't think that he'll be winning like much from his grappling game. I'm very opportunistic grappler, says Brian Battle. I mean, he now goes 5-1. That is good for him. Everyone likes to hide behind rankings. If I call someone out, they're not going to want to fight me. I will be the new king of this division, says Brian Battle. If you include the fights on the Ultimate Fighter, there's no one that's won more times in the Apex than me. Wow. I mean, obviously, we're dealing with a lot of low-level opponents there, but it is true. I mean, 5-1 now in the UFC. Like, he's definitely someone that is on the radar. Hopefully he gets like a juicy fight, a big juicy fight coming up soon. So Brian Battle picking up the victory. Coming up next then, we are moving on. Coming up next, we got Marina Rodriguez taking on Michelle Waterson Gomez. So Rodriguez, Muay Thai specialist. She's got a height and reach advantage. She's got good takedown defense. Never been submitted. A decision win is probably on the cards for her. At the age of 36, she's lost her last two. She feels like a gatekeeper to getting into like the top 8 of the rankings. Michelle is 6-7 in the UFC. She's lost her last 3. She's got some brilliant kicks. She's got a karate background. She looks for takedowns. She's got good judo throws. She's got good dynamic striking. She's well-rounded, stays on the outside, little bit of a point fighter. She's got good cardio, but she is in decline. She's definitely in decline. So Michelle Waterson Gomez, it feels like we're getting towards the end of her career. She's lost her last 3. A loss here could see the gloves being put down. I mean, she is someone that I think enjoys fighting, but doesn't need fighting. You know, she's got kids. She's at 37. She's probably looking at the point in her career where she's looking to step away anyway. A loss for Waterson tonight, the karate hottie, may see the gloves go down. And, you know, someone that we've watched, 14 times after tonight step into an octagon, someone that's like main evented cards and everything, like to see her walk away would be a shame. She's definitely contributed a lot to UFC. Marina Rodriguez is going to be a tough ass, though. Marina Rodriguez, minus 305 favorite on this one. She is certainly the person I'm expecting to pick up the victory here. And 92% of people on Tapology are as well. So we're just seeing Michelle Waterson Gomez backstage. And that's going to be our next fight. In the chat, let me know which way you are going on this next one. Are you with Rodriguez or are you with Waterson Gomez? Which way are you leaning on this next fight? So we have gone to commercial break. A. Jobson said I'm all over Marina Rodriguez at minus 310. She's got a killer pile driver and a trendy heart stomp. Rodriguez should attempt the natural order. Just buy the drinks. It's not complicated. Sonny called it. Sonny called it. Did Battle win? Battle did win. Let's go. Right, so we are working our way towards the third fight on this main card. We are just at commercial break. We should be getting the ring walks very, very soon. Michelle has only just signed a new mega fight contract. She's going nowhere, says Alex. Dark Angel said, would Waterson Gomez win be a major upset? Don't know if it'd be a major upset. I mean, this is number 8 against number 12. She is plus 245. Rodriguez minus 305. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say a major upset, but a definite upset. A definite upset. Maybe not a major one. If you have not, please check out my book, says Sonny. I'm on fire. Brian Battle performed his double leg flapjack in that one. Correct again, says A. Jobson. Okay, we're going back to the action. We've had a few early finishes on this main card. We had a few fights go the distance at the start, but we're starting to see some finishes now, which is good. We are seeing inside the Apex, lots of reporters in there, lots of tables in there. Michelle Waterson Gomez, she is 18 and 11 overall, 6 and 7 in the UFC. Obviously, she's known for her karate, her kicks. She looks for takedowns as well. She's a point fighter. She's not someone that's really known for like finishing people. The other thing as well that's worth mentioning is that these two have faced before. They're just showing that on the video package. They faced before in the Apex. It wasn't that long ago. It was back in 2021. So Michelle said, this is an opportunity to right the wrongs. So Rodriguez won a 5-round decision last time. We're both going out there looking for the win. Because it's a little bit older. I mean, she's a year older than Marina Rodriguez. But we know that there's a decline there with Michelle Waterson Gomez. So it feels like it's probably not going to be too dissimilar to what we saw from them the first time. This fight is going to show everyone in the top 5, in the top 10, that I am here and that I can go toe-to-toe with anyone. So Marina Rodriguez, ready to send a message. The message will be clear once I get the knockout. She's looking for a KO, Marina Rodriguez. This will be a good little fight, this. I'm looking forward to this. Yeah, I mean, she needs this. Both need it. Michelle's lost her last 3. Marina's lost her last 2. Who's on the commentary with Bisping? I think it's Dominic Cruz and Brendan Fitzgerald. No Cormier. No John Anik. Let's go, says A. Jobson. Yeah. Just over 500 votes as well. 69% of people have gone with Fiziev. 31% have gone with Gamrot. That's where we are right now with our main event poll. Main event getting closer all the time. We've got this women's fight. After this, we've got Bryce Mitchell against Dan Ige. And then after that, we've got Fiziev against Gamrot in what should be a really fun main event. Couple of fun fights, actually. This one could have decision written all over it again, although Marina said she wants that knockout. Here is Michelle Waterson Gomez. She has had a full camp this time around, and she's ready to step inside. Michelle's voice is pure ASMR. Chrome Cobra said, I really miss Mike Goldberg for some fights. 9th most significant strikes landed in UFC strawweight history with 658. 8 first-round finishes. She is a karate black belt. I find Michelle Waterson to be quite old school. I think that she is someone that really specializes with her karate and she's got a bit of judo in there as well. She's not, I don't think she's as well-rounded. She can do a few bits like all over, but I don't think she's as well-rounded as you really need to be in the modern kins. But we're seeing her like falling away now. And some of that is definitely going to be her age. But I think if you're really strong in one area, you can get pretty far in the UFC. But I don't know that you can quite get to the top. Certainly not in all divisions. And I don't even know about any divisions, although I do think about Alec Pereira, who obviously his strength was his kickboxing, and he did very, very well. But he did have to round out his game as well, you know. Here's Marina Rodriguez. She's made her way down. The karate hottie is a huge fan of Yadong. Okay, Marina making her way down. I'm going to watch AEW. Brandon, enjoy it. Rodriguez, 6 wins by knockout. 9th largest significant strike differential in UFC strawweight history. Marina is stepping inside the octagon. Odds. Rodriguez was minus 210 favorite. This time she's minus 310 favorite. Michelle was a plus 175 underdog back in 2021. Now she's a plus 250 underdog. Both fighters ready to go. Let's go. How long are we? We've been into this main card just over an hour already. 37's not too old in a women's division. They've let some female fighters lose 5 in a row sometimes, said Alex. I did karate as a young kid. Only did it because a girl I liked went there. It was fun, but I lost interest, says Roberto. They don't even promote karate hottie anymore, said Jake. That's true. That's true. She was getting quite a bit of promotion, and you know, I think like she was seen as a prospect. She was kind of main eventing cards. I think she's at the end of her career, and as we said, she's lost her last 3. There's Marina Rodriguez, 6-3 in the UFC. 3-3-2 whenever she's been a favorite. So it's not a great record when she's been a favorite. 3 wins, 3 losses, 2 draws. Both women have definitely got paths to get the victory here. Both women can definitely win this. Okay, so apparently Waterson Gomez found some judges and asked judges, what do you look for? How do you score fights? Going for an early takedown there, Michelle. Managing to grab the leg of Marina Rodriguez and getting her down. Now she's got into guard. She's going to be a problem, Marina. She doesn't just lie and accept the position. She is someone that is going to be trying to get back up to her feet. Already doing a bit of work off her back. Elbows coming in, shots coming in. You can see that she's desperately trying to get her legs free so that she can push herself back up to her feet. But Michelle has done really well to kind of get to a standing base. It means that Rodriguez just can't get up. So some really good work here by Michelle in the early stages of the fight. Let's get the timer going. So not much in the way of significant strikes. We've got that early takedown. Rodriguez is on her back and Michelle is on top. She's all over her at the moment. Waterson kicks coming in there by Michelle. Rodriguez trying to throw these shots down. Trying to get round to the side of Rodriguez. Michelle throwing in some shots. Knee strike coming back there by Rodriguez. Right now she's got Michelle up against the cage. Michelle trying to break apart. Knee strike coming into the body. Another big knee strike coming in there by Michelle. Knees coming in by Rodriguez. Another big knee there by Rodriguez as Michelle explodes forward, trying to grab a hold of the leg. Trying to grab a hold of the leg, trying to see if she can get Rodriguez down. Rodriguez at the moment is over by the side of the cage. Michelle working hard here. Although this is only a 3-round fight compared to the last time, which was a 5-round fight. Knee strike coming in by Michelle. Over against the cage, into the center. She's trying to drive Rodriguez back. Uppercut coming in by Michelle. Rodriguez putting the pressure on. Big knees coming in. Beautiful Muay Thai. Lovely Muay Thai coming in there by Rodriguez. Going upstairs to the head as well. Michelle in trouble. Michelle in trouble. Michelle throws the kick back. Tries to explode forward. Looking for a takedown. Couldn't get it. Right now, center of the octagon. Michelle and Rodriguez. Fun little start to this. Fun little start. Knee strike coming in again there by Rodriguez. Oh, man. Michelle is busted. Michelle is busted. Shots coming in by Rodriguez. Knee strike coming in. She gets out of there, but she's in a bad place. Blood pouring down Michelle's face. Pouring down. Rodriguez is all over her. Not letting her rest. Knee strike coming in. The Muay Thai. Oh, my God. Big shot. Big knees. Referee. Another big knee coming in there by Rodriguez. Oh, my God. If you simp for Michelle Waterson, don't watch this. She's getting messed up. She's getting messed up. Kick coming in by Michelle. Big shots coming in by Marina Rodriguez. Another big knee. Uppercut by Michelle. Trying to respond with something. You can tell that the referee... Look at the blood, man. Her face is all kinds of messed up. She grabs a hold of Marina Rodriguez, drives her back against the cage. It's 66-14 on total strikes, 45-7 on significant strikes. Damage is off the charts. He wants the doctor to have a look here at Michelle. It's the doctor to look. It's so bad. He wants the doctor to look. Yeah, they're saying, I don't get the point of it. Smile on her. Oh, man, she's a what? She's a savage. Smile on the face of Michelle. I mean, it's so bad. The ref timed out the fight so he could get the doctor in. Marina gets Michelle down. Do you know, I mean, is this a 10-8 round? This might be a 10-8 round. I mean, she has messed her up. She has absolutely messed her up. We got to the point where the ref had to call a timeout so we could get the doctor in to look at her face. Is it a 10-8? Is it a 10-8? It's a mess. Her face is a mess. Wow. She's taking some deep breaths there, Michelle. Reaching. Wow. The ref has just bleed written on his chest under that shirt. Man, those knees, it was that Muay Thai elbows, knees, just cut her up. Just absolutely cut her up. She had it, oh my God. Just seeing a replay of some of these shots by the cage. She's got a nasty cut. It's not big, but it looks deep over here. She's got a smile on her face. Nose has been cleaned up, but there's blood coming back down again already. Wow. Really great. Really, really great. Bang. Here we go then, Marina Rodriguez. Michelle Waterson standing the ground in the center. Whatever she did in that first round, I'd recommend she do the exact opposite because that first round could be a 10-8 round. Hit coming in there by Rodriguez. Michelle trying to find a way forward, trying to find a way into this fight. It's a mountain now, innit? It's a mountain. I mean, really, already after that first round, she might need a finish. Ryan says 10-8, Rodriguez in the first. Over against the side of the cage, Michelle grabs Rodriguez. Amy gets up against the side of the cage, so Michelle's going to need to take both of these rounds, second round and third round, just to get a draw. Like, to win this, she might already need a finish. That's a horrible situation to find yourself in. But in a way, it's a freeing situation as well, because you know that you've got to just go hell for leather. There's not really much of an alternative. You didn't come for a draw. You certainly didn't come for a loss. Knees coming in again there by Marina, and she pushes Michelle down. Michelle gets back up again. She stumbles back as Marina explodes forwards. It is about Marina, but her joints look sharp. She looks sharp. Like her elbows, her knees, like if she digs them in at speed, it feels like it would hurt and it would do damage. She looks built for Muay Thai. Michelle, again, it's a bit scrappy. We're over by the side of the cage. 65-11 at the moment. We've got Michelle with Marina. Knee to the midsection there by Michelle. Knee coming back there by Rodriguez. Knees coming in. We're seeing some shots being exchanged. You can see Michelle looking over to her corner. Seems a little bit lost at the moment. She just can't get out of these clinches. And she's eating some knees. This has been a really great fight, man. This has been a really fun fight. Michelle finds herself down. This might be the beginning of the end, and it is. Beginning of the end. Rodriguez picks up the victory, this time with a finish early in the second round. Michelle went down. Shots were raining in, and the ref, who I think was so close to stopping this thing anyway, didn't need to see much more. That's going to be really, really disappointing for Michelle. It's going to be really disappointing. You know that she wanted to come away with a better performance and a win. If a win wouldn't be possible, then at least a decision loss, maybe this time a split decision or something, to get stopped in the second round after getting absolutely destroyed in the first. That's gonna sting, that one. That's gonna sting. Really, really fun fight, though. Really, really fun fight. If you like brutality, then there was plenty to take from that. Yeah, fun. Really fun. But hope you're not coming down with anything. It's cold time, said William. Nah, I feel all right. Knees, nuts, and knuckles. That's all we need, said Chrome Cobra. Yeah, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we are moving on to another banger, man. We've hit the banger part of the show. Co-main event time. Bryce Mitchell taking on Dan Ige. Bryce Mitchell against Dan Ige. So we've got the official decision coming up here. Then it's time for our co-main events. Just looking at Michelle, her face is proper messed up, man. Mitchell against Ige. There's an embrace between these two. That's 2 wins now for Marina Rodriguez against Michelle Waterson Gomez. She said she was going to find the finish. She said she wanted to send a message. She was on a skid herself, losing the last 2. She's now won 5 of her last 7, though. Other than those most recent 2 losses, she has now managed to bounce back. Coming up next is number 10 against number 12 in the featherweight. Rodriguez went to work tonight. Very impressive. Michelle is a dog. Marina Rodriguez is on fire. Let's go. Speciality Automotive, shout out to you, said, great stream tonight. What's your opinion on Pimple versus Ferguson? Oh, I love it. I think it's a great fight. I think that there's something in it for both. I think that for Paddy Pimblett, people want to see him go up against some names. This is a name. Now, I'm sure there's people out there complaining that this is clearly a name in decline. But it is a name, and it is someone that the fans have got respect for. It is also someone in decline, but this is I would expect Paddy will be favourite. I would think he would be favourite, and it's still Tony Ferguson. You don't put Tony Ferguson away easily, so this is still a test for Paddy, but it's a winnable fight against a good name. I think it's really well booked. And for Ferguson, listen, we know that there's been a decline. This is a fight that he should win. It's a fight that he should win. You should be able to beat Paddy if you are still belonging in the rankings, if you still belong to be not in contention, but just at least near the top end of the division. Should be beating Paddy, who I don't think is ranked. I don't think he's gone into the rankings yet, has he? If he has, he's very low. So I like it. I really like it. I'm sure it's being spun in lots of different ways. I'm sure some people are saying that they're just feeding Paddy an easy victory. I'm sure that conversation is being had out there. But to me, I really like Tony Ferguson. I mean, he's a dog. He's got heart. You don't get an easy fight against him. Some of his losses recently have been against really good names. I mean, he lost to the likes of Charles Oliveira, Justin Gaethje, Michael Chandler. He's got losses to people right at the top of the division. Granted, there's some other losses in there that don't look as good. But is he better than Paddy Pimblett right now? Paddy Pimblett, who we've got to say hasn't looked all that impressive at times. So Thank you, Dana. Marina Rodriguez. If you don't know, now you know. Speciality Automotive, shout out to you. There, I agree, there is something in there for both. Paddy is favourite for the judges. Let's go. You don't put Tony in a corner. In decline, Tony has hit rock bottom. Paddy will have to choke him unconscious. We've seen his arm bend in unimaginable ways. Yeah, I mean, look, I think Paddy gets it because I think Tony's done. And I think the drop-off has been just staggering to watch, to be honest. I know this happens. We've seen it happen with people like Anderson Silva, where they just can't buy a win, right? And it's not good. But yeah, he's absolutely fallen off a cliff. So yeah, he's dropped like a stone. But this is why I think it's a good fight against Paddy, because Paddy has not looked brilliant at times as well. He's this is two named fighters. There's going to be a lot of excitement around it. There may be some people down on it, but I think everyone will want to see it. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. This was a pretty pointless fight, and this was always going to be the outcome, said A. Jobson. I was hoping Matt Frivola would have got the Paddy fight. He has been calling for it. I like the steamroller. Right. Coming up next is our co-main event. This is Bryce Mitchell against Dan Ige, number 10 against number 12 in the featherweight division. Bryce Mitchell, minus 160. Dan Ige, plus 135. Mitchell is 6-1. Lost to Ilia Topuria by arm triangle choke. Came through the Ultimate Fighter. He's got good jiu-jitsu, incredible subs. He's very explosive. He uses his striking to set up his takedowns. He's relentless on the ground. Great control. He's taken on Ige, who is 9-5, and I think he's won his last two. Never been finished. He's got the faster hands. Good boxing. Swings for the fences. He's got power. Is durable. He does struggle when taken down, and that is clearly a path to victory for Bryce Mitchell. Bryce Mitchell will go straight in for the takedown, get the fight to the ground, get Ige down. And as we said, he's great in that position. So Bryce Mitchell is the favorite here against Dan Ige, but Dan Ige is a credible, good fighter who's on a bit of a run. So the odds makers and Tapology have got Bryce Mitchell. I think there's definitely a conversation to be had for Dan Ige. I think Ige can win this. He can win this. It feels a little bit like with the Tim Means Andre Fialho fight, where Fialho was the favorite, but Tim Means definitely had paths to victory as well. Tim Means getting that victory. So now we've got Bryce Mitchell against Dan Ige. I think this one is definitely close. I think it's interesting. It's number 10 against number 12 in the featherweight division. I am leaning Dan Ige, but just don't feel good about it. Don't feel good about it at all. But I am leaning Dan Ige. I think Bryce Mitchell is someone that has, if he can get it down, and I think he will get it down at times, he should be able to keep it down. But can Ige use his power, use his speed, keep it standing? I think he's got the better boxing. So, as long as it stays standing, I think Ige's got a chance. As soon as you go down to the ground, it's all Bryce Mitchell. So, yeah, I'm leaning Ige, but I don't like it. Let me know in the chat which way you're going. Let me know in the chat. Which way do you think this goes? You've got two fights left this evening. Bryce Mitchell against Dan Ige, number 10 against number 12 in the featherweight division. And then our main event is Fiziev against Gamrot, number 6 against number 7 in a very stacked lightweight division. Whoever wins that is getting a tasty fight next. There's nothing but big names ahead of them. We should be getting underway with our co-main event soon. We've got video packages just starting now. That was brutal, said A. Jobson. Waterson had hearts, but Marina was determined in his hands, says Dollar Bill. He does, man. He's got some great striking. Great striking. It's just how long can he fight off those takedowns? He thinks, at what point do we fade Minty Betts picks just like we did Gianni the Gook, says A Jobson. I never actually listened to her picks. I always have the sound turned down, so I don't know how good she is. I don't even know if they're her picks, to be honest. I don't really know. I don't know where she came from. Paddy the Baddie always got his backup as a caddy. Paddy the Caddy Baddie. If Tony comes to England, he better call ahead. I run a tight ship over here. It is true. If you do come over to England, you do need to just check in with user 2500 first. Who is very strict. Very strict. Okay, we do have the video package right now for our co-main event. Feel free to get your thoughts in as to which way you think this is going to go. Who do you think is going to be victorious in our co-main event? Bryce Mitchell or Dan Ige? Fight Night. Like Fight Night 73, isn't it? Or something along those lines. 73 times we've been in the Apex. Is Dan Ige one of 6 active Hawaiian UFC fighters? Dynamite Dan. Called out Bryce Mitchell a few years ago. I don't remember that, but apparently called out Bryce Mitchell a few years ago. Dan Ige has made his way down to the octagon then. It's when you put that pressure on yourself that you improve and you get better. And he is putting that pressure on himself. He is coming in as a slight underdog here. Meriden Heights said, I've got zero respect for science, denying conspiracy theory. Rekiji boys. I don't even know what that is. Rekiji boys. Rekigi boys. Shout out to all you Rekigi boys. Dollar Bill said, I like Bryce, but Dan's boxing is top notch. Maybe Jobson or A. Jobson. I missed the B. I can't cope with this A. Jobson. This was the first fight on a new multi-fight contract for Waterson. They've re-signed her and put her in against someone that dominated. They're cool with her sticking around. Meriden Heights said, Ige must kill the Flat Earth Hillbilly. Oh, I'll tell you what, not much love for Bryce Mitchell just because he denies science. Come on. Come on. Just because he denies science. Bryce Mitchell making his way down. In fairness to him, the earth is flat because if I was to get a spirit level right now and put it on the ground, the bubble would go in the middle. Explain that. Explain that. Nah. So science backs up what he's saying. All makes sense, doesn't it? The same science that once said that cigarettes is good for you, says Dark Angel. Did science say cigarettes are good for you? Did science ever say that? Are you sure it wasn't the tobacco companies that was... Are you sure it wasn't the tobacco companies' science that was saying that? Government lied about cigarettes. Don't blame science for that. Jonathan Fardin, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Spinning hippos are in the house right now as we're getting closer towards our co-main event. I feel like that's a diss of me, though, because that is the sort of chair that I've got. Jonathan, are you saying that I'm fat? I mean, in all fairness, you might have a point. You might have a point, mate. You know, I have been putting the timber on a little bit. This it's getting closer to winter, though. You know, got to invest. Got to invest for winter. But earned my respect for sure. It was Joe Camel or the Marlboro Man. Meriden Heights said, I really like science. Do you know what? Go science. That's what I say. Go science. Introduce him first. Fighting. Dan Ige opened as a minus 105 pick'em, but he's now a plus 170 underdog. My youngest of my sisters, still older than me, is a flat earther because the ground is flat when she steps on it. It's a hard one to argue. What's he got? The Bible. Is that the Bible? Bryce Mitchell with a Bible. I love it. I don't know what it means. He just got the Bible, stood in the center of the octagon and just screams on it. I don't even know what he screamed. Ha! I have... Let's go. Bryce Mitchell fights for a higher purpose. I've never seen that before. Here we go. Mitchell in the camo shorts throws out a kick there to Dan Ige. I think Jesus was looking down and went, that's my boy. That's my boy right there. Just checking Jesus up in the heavens was like, someone call me. was that Bryce Mitchell? Mitchell. Right, we are underway. Ige throwing in a shot to the midsection. Bryce again bouncing around, shot coming in, lovely. As long as Ige can keep this standing, we know that he's got ability in those hands. Fast hands, man, powerful hands. Mitchell, very aware of it, though. Ige again trying to throw in a few shots. Oh, Mitchell's doing really well, actually, of just staying out of range. There's been a couple of shots that have come in that have been thrown with real ferocity. Again, bouncing around. We got, he's looking for a single leg, looking for a takedown. Grabs. Ige goes down. He's not totally down at the moment. He's doing well to defend it. He escapes. He escapes. He went down to a knee. But Mitchell couldn't get him fully down. Outside leg kick there by Mitchell. Ige again continuing to edge forwards. There's a bit of damage on the face there of Mitchell. Mitchell on the outside. I think if Mitchell wins this, we should all believe in Flat Earth. because clearly, like, he's a winner in life. If he loses, he's an idiot. So there's a lot riding on this. Ige staying back a little bit. Another takedown, and it's defended really well by Ige. Great defense. Goes back against the cage, though. Gets tripped. Does get taken down. Bryce Mitchell trying to get round the back, but Ige straight back up to his feet. Every time Ige goes down, it is concerning. It is concerning. Ige breaks apart. Bryce Mitchell then did secure a takedown. It has scored a takedown, but he couldn't keep him down. And that blood is coming down the face of Bryce Mitchell a little bit more now. Not much in this round, though. Not much in this round. Ige not really able to land too much outside leg kick. Mitchell edging forward. Ige standing his ground in the center. Swing and a miss there by Ige. Mitchell again continuing to move forward. Uppercut comes in. Jab comes in there by Ige. Low blow potentially, but Ige was like, nah, don't worry about it. I don't know that it was, but either way, no timeout. And right now we've got Mitchell edging forward. Swing and a miss there by Ige. Mitchell driving Ige over by the side of the cage. Is round the back of Ige. Mitchell trying to drag Ige down. No joy at the moment. We've got Mitchell round the back of Ige, though. Ige needs to make sure that he doesn't panic. Oh, he goes down, but he's managed to grab a guillotine. Not very well, though. Could be a problem for this round because it's 12-11. He's trying to get Mitchell off of him. Mitchell throwing in a few shots. I think this is going to give Mitchell the round, you know. I don't know that Ige is going to be able to get back up from this. Mitchell is keeping it very close. He's putting all his weight on Ige. It's going to be very hard for Ige to, like, explode and get back up to his feet. 30 seconds left to go, and I think this is going to give Mitchell the round. It was a big takedown at a big moment. Ige desperately trying to turn, desperately trying to get up. Good attempt. Good attempt. He's trying to explode the other sides. Mitchell getting a little bit of ground and pound going. We got 10 seconds left to go. Shot coming into the side of the heads. Yeah, it's a big final minute here. It was a big takedown right at a key moment. And I think that gives Mitchell the round. There's only one shot in it, but Mitchell got 2 takedowns. And in fact, there's no shots in it. Ended 12-12. He didn't do much with the takedown, but those 2 takedowns have got to count for something. Although, do you look at the damage that was caused? There was blood coming down the face of Bryce Mitchell. There was definite damage, and we know the judges, they love damage. I feel like it's a Mitchell round, but we know that damage is prioritized, and there was a cut that was that had opened up. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. Which way do you think that round went? Do you think it was a Mitchell round, or do you think it was an Ige round? Close little thing. Right, here we go. About to get underway with round number 2. Nate Diaz also fights for a higher purpose. John said if he wins, Days will join the Flat Earth Society. I'll host the meetings. Right, here we go. Both guys minus 115 after that first round, so it would suggest that the people watching gave it Ige. Ige again coming forward. Big shot there by Ige, but Bryce Mitchell changes levels, grabs a hold of the legs. Ige trying to stay on his feet, and he's done a really good job there. He's trying to stay on his feet, so what he's actually done is he's actually like crouched down to make it hard for Bryce Mitchell to actually take him down. That first round to Mitchell. Ibex Sports gave the first round to Mitchell. Interesting. Live odds seem to be going the other way. Knee strike coming in there by Mitchell. The two break apart. Ige's got to land something good, man. We know he's got the striking advantage. He's just not landed anything juicy. He's managed to cut open Bryce Mitchell, and he's managed to do it with very little shots connecting. So need to see him like land something that's going to really rattle Bryce Mitchell. Hook shot coming in. That seemed to get through. That was good. More of that from Ige is needed. Time. All right, the ref wants the doctor to have a look at the cut now. This is interesting. So we were talking about that damage. Well, the eye is really swollen shut now. The eye is, oh yeah, actually now we're getting a good close-up. He can't see out of that eye. That is significant damage. The eye of Bryce Mitchell is swollen shut. It's swollen shut. One eye Mitchell. Shots coming in there by Ige. Mitchell is down on his back. There's 3 minutes to go. I don't know that Ige wants to be here. You don't want to be on the ground at all with Bryce Mitchell. Bryce Mitchell, again, is trying to use his leg. He's trying to use whatever he can to make this uncomfortable. Ige trying to throw in a few shots. He's got an opportunity to throw some up, but he gets back to his feet. Bryce Mitchell gets back up. Knee coming in there by Bryce Mitchell. Ige, again, trying to find a way forward. That eye is swollen shut of Bryce Mitchell. A lot of people saying Mitchell got that first round. Maybe not. Maybe that damage was too significant. The right eye of Mitchell is swollen shut. Ige should have a big advantage now. We already knew that he was better on the feet, but Mitchell just is severely compromised. He tries for a takedown. Kick coming in there. Mitchell could be a little bit desperate, though. Could be a little bit desperate. Mitchell is on the outside. Ige trying to find a way forward into a clinch. Oh, no! Ige gets caught, tripped, taken down. Wow. I mean, for Bryce Mitchell to be able to do that with only one eye, you've got to say respect. And respect as well to young Heath Ledger, who fired in a membership. Young Heath Ledger, shout out to you, buds. Hope you are enjoying the action so far. Sonny has benefited from that. Right now, Mitchell trying to get round the back of Ige. Trying to get round the back of Ige. And right now, we've got Mitchell round the back. We've got 1 minute 15 or so. Time is ticking away. Not really much progress being made at the moment. He's trying to get around the back, trying to get this rear naked, but no joy at the moment. 50-odd seconds to go here for Bryce. It's all Bryce. Bryce is the one that's asking the questions. Ige is the one that's struggling a little bit here. Oh, he's flattening him out, you know. Can't see. We're on top. It's not quite in by the looks of it. 20-odd seconds to go. I think Ige will be okay. He might not know how long's left, though. Shots coming into the side of the body there by Ige, and he's throwing in these shots to the side of the body. Mitchell has put a squeeze on. Yeah, it didn't look like it was properly in, and he's not got anything from it. We've got 3 seconds left to go in this round. It's going to be another hard round to score. Another hard round. Let me know in the chat, which way do you think that goes? Got one more round to go of our co-main events. They're saying to him, you've got to go for this now. You've got to go for this. Bryce Mitchell against Dan Ige. Definitely a fight that's got everyone's attention. Definitely a fight that's on everyone's radar. We got to reload and we've got to go. They're saying to Dan Ige, you've got to go for this. If you are joining us and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we're on the road to 250. Trying to get our way towards, it's only 20 away. We should be able to do that. One more round to go on our co-main event. After this is our main event as Fiziev takes on Gamrot. Fiziev against Gamrot. We're seeing that eye looks messed up for Bryce Mitchell. Swollen shut. Doctor is happy for this to continue. Checked a second time there, Bryce Mitchell. There is a cut. There is swelling. He's not in a great place here, but he could be 2 rounds up. Would be good to see the live odds. See how the live odds are seeing it. A kick coming into the midsection there by Bryce Mitchell, grabbing a hold of the leg, driving Ige back against the side of the cage, looking for the takedown. Getting the takedown. These takedowns are coming a bit too easy now for Bryce Mitchell. He's trying to get round the back, and Ige fighting, battling, trying to stay on the feet. So that last round was 8-7 on significant strikes, but there was a takedown and there was a sub attempt. 8-7 for Ige on significant strikes. It's not a wide gap, but you have to ask what the damage has done. That damage is significant damage, and the judges have got to be looking at it. Nick Baldwin said this is a close fight. Right now, we've got both guys down over by the side of the cage. Mitchell has got the body lock applied. Bryce Mitchell, so good in these positions. This could be the deciding round. This could be the deciding round. And at the moment, Ige has got Bryce Mitchell on his back. He's rolled him over. This is a bad position to be in, man. With 3 minutes 30 left to go, and you've already had 2 rounds, and you're pretty exhausted. You don't want Bryce Mitchell on your back like this. Bryce has got the lock applied. So the lock is applied by Bryce Mitchell. He's round the back. He's biding his time. 4 minutes 5 ground control time at the moment. Oh, absolutely fantastic corner work in Ige's corner, says a Jobson. Please win, Ige. Let's go, said Meriden Heights. Bryce runs marathons in cowboy boots. He won this before he started, said Red, White, and Red. Still keeping the body lock applied at the moment. Nowhere for Ige to go. We know that he's a great striker, but he just can't get the striking going. He's desperately trying to get up, but Bryce Mitchell has actually spun round. He's on top of Ige now. He's fully mounted Ige. Now he's... Oh, man, is he going for a twister? Is he going for a twister? Ige getting up to his feet. Ige going over to the side of the cage. So he managed to get back to his feet, but Bryce Mitchell is still all over him at the moment. 2 minutes left to go. Ige needs to find a way of getting Mitchell off and cracking him. Easier said than done, though, and Mitchell is like a leech all over him at the moment. It's just nowhere for Ige to go. Ige over by the side of the fence. Mitchell round the back. Trying to drag Ige down. Ige, he's just in full-on defensive mode now. Oh, look at that by Mitchell. Mitchell grabs Ige, picks him up off the ground, slams him down. And now he's going for the arm. Is he going for a Kimura or is he going for an arm crank? Right now, we've got a... Looks like an arm crank. No joy on that front. We've got a minute to go. He's got to be careful here, Ige. Yeah, there's all kinds of trouble here. Oh, he's going for the Kimura. He was looking for the Kimura there. Right now, Ige still down. I mean, this feels like it's going to be a Mitchell round. The whole round feels like it's going to be a Mitchell round. There's just not been anywhere near enough here from Dan Ige. Nowhere near enough. Mitchell could have stolen it, but realistically, Ige did more damage. Bryce should try to land some more ground and pound like he did at the end of the first. 14 seconds left to go. Doing damage doesn't seem to be important to Bryce. Right now, Ige's managed to get on top of Bryce here, but there's only a few seconds left to go. There we go. Wow. I think it's Bryce. I think you could maybe make the argument of it being 1-1 and then Bryce takes the third. I do think that the damage that was suffered by Mitchell, I feel like that probably counts for something. But, yeah, for me, I think we're looking at... a win there for Bryce Mitchell, which, if that is true, this channel will support the flat earth theory. I did say we would. Bryce Mitchell needs to activate his flat earth mentality and convince himself that his eyes aren't shut. Listen, just because science says that his eyes are shut, it doesn't mean that his eyes are shut. If anything, I think Bryce Mitchell's eyes are wide open. In many senses. Bryce can see more than any of us. I want to make the babies with you, Mystic Flux says William. That's nice. It's always nice when community members get together. Red, White, and Red said 29-27 Bryce. Should be a draw, says Merc Alcade. They could have gone one more round, said Alex. Right, we are about to go back. Let's see what the judges score this. We've got one more fight to go. It's going to be great, man. Fiziev against Gamrot should bang. It should be a lot of fun. Okay, here we go. Right, fight fans, after 3 rounds, we got on 30-27, 29-28, 29-28. All 3, unanimous. Bryce Mitchell. Bryce, the truth, Mitchell gets the win. Goes over, has a few words with Dan Ige. He says, I love you. That's nice. Is the hardest hitter I've ever fought, says Bryce. He's got good grappling defense. That's nice. Do you know what? He's going to donate $5,000 to Hawaii. Bryce says that Satan has taken over the earth, right? Okay. And then speaks about giving $5,000 to the people of Hawaii. So I've just got a whole range of emotions. Bryce Mitchell wants Dan Ige to lead the world in prayer against the power of Satan. There is a lot to unpack there, isn't there? There is a lot to unpack in that sentence right there. Bryce Mitchell and Dan Ige are now engaging in prayer. No problem with that. He's a spiritual man. He's got his beliefs. No problem with that. But there is a lot to unpack there. There's Kamaru Usman and Marvin Vettori. I mean, if someone was going to lead the world in prayer, I don't know that Danny Gay would... I'd probably turn to, like, Beyonce. Or The Rock. Someone like that. Taylor Swift. I don't know that. I don't know when I would turn to Danny Gay to lead the world in prayer, you know? But in a way, he did. Because we're watching it, and we're watching from all over the world, and they did just say a little prayer. God bless them. Bro is insane. When have I taken over Flat Earth? Well, do you know what? Credit to him for, you know, giving $5,000 there to the people of Hawaii that are in need. You got nothing but respect for people's right to believe in whatever they believe, you know? So no issue with that. But it is just a lot to unpack. It is like, that's quite a sentence to absorb. I want Dan Ige to lead the world in prayer, to rid the world of Satan, is just a lot to go. Hang on. Let me break that down. Let me tackle that one mentally first. Because I'm so used to people just like not saying anything in them interviews. I'm so used to people just being like, who do you want to call out? Well, you know, I'll just see what Dana's got for me next. Do you know what I mean? When we do actually get someone saying something, I do find myself going, hang on, give me 1 sec. Hang on. I need to process this. This needs some time. I need to break this one down. Do you know what? I do appreciate that from Bryce Mitchell, though. I've said before, if you are going to be seen around the world, and you're going to get time, a microphone to actually talk on a show that's being watched around the world, say something. Yeah, say something. Use that time. Like, that is gold, man. That is gold. You've got so many eyes on you in that moment. Yeah, say something. Look at that. That's that new globe thing in Las Vegas. He should have asked Dana to have matched or beaten the donation, says J Law. God damn it, Satan. I hate him. Honestly. I don't think I've said that enough on these streams. I hate Satan. I really do. I really do. I don't want any confusion on that front. I don't want any mixed messages, right? I am very much anti-Satan. So maybe Bryce Mitchell is a kindred spirit. Aubrey said, at least he's giving some to charity. The crazy bit doesn't bother me. I've talked to a lot of taxi drivers and truck drivers. Biplub said next match, Satan versus Bryce Mitchell. Oh, he'd welcome that. He'd welcome that. If there's one person I genuinely believe is desperate to rid this world of Satan, I believe it is Bryce Mitchell. So I think that's a fight that he would welcome. And I think it's a fight he would win. Imagine him rear naked choking Satan. That would be a good day, wouldn't it? That would be a good day. Did Usman win? He did. He did. Breaking news. Satan sucks, says William. That is breaking news. Right. Main event time coming up. Main event time. Chris Laban is one of the judges. He is. He is. I don't know how he's been doing, actually. I don't know if they've been saying, like, the names of the judges and their scorecards. Down with Satan. Let's go. Hashtag fire Satan. It is nice, actually, to see this anti-Satan kind of sentiment in the chat. That's positive. For a Saturday night, That's positive. Do you know what? Bryce Mitchell has managed to send a message out to the world. An anti-Satan mentality that, it just was not part of our conversation up until that point. So, as I said, he definitely used his platform. But we're going to use our platform to carry on, move forwards. And coming up next is our main event of the evening, number 6 against number 7 in the lightweight division. So Fiziev is 6-2, lost his last fight to Gaethje in March. He's got great striking. He's got good takedown defense. I think he trains still at Tiger Muay Thai. He can be a little bit over aggressive. He used to be a coach at Tiger Muay Thai. He's got great Muay Thai as a result. He's a good striker. He's an excellent kicker. He's powerful. He's got good takedown defense. He's very explosive. There's a lot to like about Fiziev. He's ranked number 6. On this stream says that he will win. He's taking on Gamrot, who is 5-2. Won his last fight in March. He's got good takedown accuracy. He's a wrestler with elite grappling. He's got great scrambles, questionable cardio, good ground and pounds. He's got high volume boxing. This should be a high pace, high skill, should be a lot of fun. And as we said, the winner of this should go on to get a juicy name in that lightweight division, because if you look at the lightweight division, it is, as it has been for years, stacked. This lightweight division is one of the most exciting divisions in all of UFC. So the winner of this could really find themselves going on to face like a Poirier or someone along those lines. A Chandler. So Fiziev making his way down to the ring. I was just looking at the rankings. So we've got Gamrot at 7. We got Fiziev at 6. At 5 is Chandler. At 4 is Beneil Dariush. At 3 is Dustin Poirier. At 2 is Justin Gaethje. At 1 is Charles Oliveira. And then the champ is Islam Makhachev. Amazing. Amazing. Grant Dawson is 10. Dan Hooker is 9. Dan Hooker, still in the rankings. Arman Sarukian is 8. Gamrot at 7. Fiziev at 6. Chandler at 5. Dariush at 4. Poirier at 3. Gaethje at 2. Oliveira at 1. Islam Makhachev is the champion. So the winner here could be looking at Chandler. Chandler's probably got McGregor. I don't actually know what's happening with that fight, but apparently early next year. So maybe not Chandler, but the winner here could be looking at Dariush or Poirier would seem to be the one. I don't know if Dariush has got a fight lined up, has he? I don't know if Dariush has got anyone like... I mean, Dariush against Oliveira. He lost to Oliveira. I don't know. Maybe Dariush could be next. For one of these, for the winner of this against Dariush or the winner of this against Poirier. Winner of this could fight Hooker. Just saying, said Biplob. LA Knight was sent home due to COVID. Adam, shout out to you. Meriden Heights said this should be a banger. Bryce won the last fight by decision. He did. Right, 790 around the 300 mark, I think. That's a bad day at the office, but doesn't matter. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like if you haven't already. It is greatly appreciated. Okay, we've got both fighters making their way down. Mitchell, TKO. Connor ain't going to come back. He's rich, busy, and doing drugs, said Tramp Daddy. To be honest to me, I don't know. I think he's pretty much done anyway. I agree. It's weird, isn't it? Because they clearly, I mean, they announced that the Chandler fight would happen, and then it just never seemed to get booked. And then McGregor wasn't in the USADA pool. And now the last I heard from Dana was that it would happen. It would be early next year. But if that fight never happens, yeah, it wouldn't be the biggest surprise, would it? But what next for him if it doesn't happen? Maybe he is just done. I don't know. Maybe he is just done. Lots of noise, lots of chanting. Here's Fiziev. He's won 6 of his last 7, 8 wins by knockout. Looking to step inside the octagon. We'll be underway with this one very, very soon. Get in your final thoughts as to which way you think this is going to go. Fiziev to win by knockout is plus 175. Gamrot to win by submission is plus 700. Those are a few props to watch. I am leaning Fiziev, but both fighters have got past the victory. Fiziev decision, or I can't pay my bills this one, says A. Jobson. Meriden like Prime Meriden. It's a spherical earth thing. You're a flat earther now because of Bryce Mitchell. I go with Fiziev at minus 155. He's got a hypersonic Surudashi. Fiziev is going to overpower the achievement. We all know that Volk is the real #1 lightweight contender, said Red, White, and Red. Do you know what? It'd be really interesting if it wasn't Islam that was champion and someone else. Okay, we're going to be underway with this very, very soon. Just getting the final announcements. I think there was a lot of excitement around that Bryce Mitchell fight. Definitely felt like that was something people were really engaged with. Herb Dean is the referee for this one. Against Gamrot. Fighting out of Poland. Gamrot's going to try and wrestle, in my honest opinion, said Roberto. Polish Aljamain Sterling is on borrowed time, said A. Jobson. Elaine said, how are you? I'm good. Give us a good sight act out of the show. Give us a good sight act out of the show. What does that mean? Elaine, what does that mean? I don't speak boomer, Elaine. I'm joking. I don't know what it means, though. Is Herb no longer the best ref? Oh, he's the best ref in my heart. Watching him dashing over as people are being destroyed and killed because he's a million miles away is something I massively enjoy. Okay, here we go. Both fighters coming into the center, and you can see that Gamrot is that little bit taller. Here we go then, about to get underway. Should be a really fun main event, this one. Really looking forward to this. Fiziev against Gamrot. I know they jump between control and damage because they want certain fighters they like to promote to win. Boom, here we go. We are underway. Round #1, Gamrot in red, Fiziev in black. This is our main event of the evening. Gamrot, again, standing his ground, trying to find a way to land some shots here, but there's a bit of distance between them. Fiziev is staying really on the outside, trying to step into the center as Gamrot edges forwards. Jab coming in there by Gamrot. Fiziev again standing his ground as Gamrot throws out a straight left. jab. Fiziev, again, standing in the middle, shot coming into the body as Gamrot edges forwards. Fiziev, again, being very patient. Both guys being patient, actually. And, of course, this is our main event, so it can go 5 rounds if needed. Can go 5 rounds. Outside leg kick there by Gamrot. Fiziev trying to find a way forward as Gamrot circles round on the outsides. Fiziev standing his ground in the centre as Gamrot edges forwards. He's having a little lovely switching a stance there by Fiziev as he gets out the way of a head kick, throws a kick back of his own as Gamrot gets out the way. Gamrot comes into the middle. Jab coming into the body there by Fiziev. Fiziev edging forwards. A fair bit being thrown, but not much being landed. As Gamrot, lovely lateral movement there. Love how he moved over to the side and tried to throw out a shot. Quite unorthodox there with his movement, Gamrot. Outside leg kick coming in by Gamrot as Fiziev continues to struggle with trying to close this down. He is the smaller fighter. Nice shot coming in there by Fiziev. Gamrot having a little look, though. Both guys standing in the center of the octagon. Fiziev is, it's 2-2 at the moment. Oh, both throwing kicks at the same time. Sounded like a gunshot. Jab coming in there by Gamrot. Fiziev staying on the outsides. Switching of stances. Went with a big shot. Right as Gamrot changed levels, grabs the leg. No joy. No joy. Gamrot was looking for a takedown. This is such an interesting fight. You can tell there's such healthy respect between them at the moment. That's it's a moment. It's like a round that's got very little happening. Then bang, something will happen. Bang, another moment. Bang. So it's really interesting to see how these two continue to have a little look at each other. Switching of stances there by Fiziev, and he switches back over as well. Goes over to the other side. Kick coming in there by Fiziev. Gamrot just edging forward. Shot coming in there by Gamrot. Fiziev is in the center as Gamrot continues to edge forwards. Fiziev on the outside as Gamrot throws in a kick. Gamrot again, jab to the body. Shot coming back there by Fiziev. So 1 minute 25 has gone so far. Fiziev just slightly ahead at the moment. Takedown attempt by Gamrot didn't come off. And we're right back into the center, and things have really settled down again at the moment. Swing and a miss there by Gamrot. Number 6 against number 7. Fiziev, the higher ranked fighter, and just edging things at the moment. Just edging things. Gamrot, again, just backing up a little bit as a kick comes in there by Fiziev. Gamrot's trying to find a way forwards. Fiziev on the outside, circling round, using that lateral movement. Kick coming into the body by Gamrot. Jab coming in as well. 40 seconds. It feels like the round is there for someone if they have a good final 40 seconds. Otherwise, I think it's going to be Fiziev's. Jab coming in there by Gamrot. Outside leg kick, heavy by Fiziev. Gamrot actually goes down because his leg buckled by how heavy that leg kick was. This is going to be a Fiziev round. I was leaning Fiziev anyway, and then we just had that big moment. Gamrot looking for a takedown. He grabs the leg, drives Fiziev back against the cage, looking for a takedown. Can't secure it. End of the round. There's a real scramble. Herb Dean comes in, separates both fighters, smile on their face. So there we go. Little bit wild at the end. They were both really engaging in a scramble as the round ended. Herb had to just come in and let them know it was the end of the round. Yeah, I think that's a Fiziev round. Gamrot all the win, said Janice. What you just saw is why I think Fiziev wins. It's going to be hard for Gamrot to take him down. Round 2 coming up next. Indeed. Axwin, shout out to you. So, yeah, Fiziev, 15 significant strikes to Gamrot's 7. Gamrot went for 3 takedowns, couldn't get them. And as Jobson was just saying there, like, that is going to be key for Gamrot to secure those takedowns. Couldn't do it. We know that Gamrot, though, can throw on the feet as well, but he threw 29 shots and he only landed 7. So his accuracy is not really there tonight. Fiziev throwing less, but landing a lot more. So Fiziev showing much better striking accuracy. 10-9 Fiziev. Nice start, says Scott. And again, we are underway. Round number 2, Gamrot. Backing up a little bit as heavy kick comes into the body there by Fiziev. Gamrot trying to drive Fiziev back against the side of the cage. Fiziev is taken down and held down. Middle of the octagon. Gamrot had to work so hard to secure that. But so he did manage to secure it, but he didn't manage to capitalize on it. And we're already over by the side of the cage. Right now, we got Fiziev getting back up to his feet. Gamrot is round the back of Fiziev. And we've got some interesting action going on. I've got Fiziev taking the first round. And shot coming in there by Gamrot. Shot coming in by Gamrot. So Fiziev on his feet, Gamrot round the back, shot coming in there by Gamrot. Trying to find a way of getting Fiziev down. Shot coming into the side of the body there by Fiziev. Gamrot has got Fiziev up against the side of the cage. Knee strike coming in there by Fiziev. And again, he's trying to get Fiziev down. No joy. Fiziev goes right back into the center. Tries to come forward. Kick coming in. Oh, something goes wrong for Fiziev. Something goes wrong. Something went wrong. Oh, it's the end of the fight. Gamrot's won. I can't see what's actually happened. It looks like his knee. It's a win for Gamrot, but it is not a satisfying win at all. We need to just see what the replay shows. It just looks like Fiziev moves forward and something happens of its own accord. I don't think that Gamrot actually did anything. A ligament or a tendon or something, just as he was like moving forward there. Let's have a little look. He moves forwards, throws a kick, and right, it's from the kick. So he throws a kick, and the kick lands. I don't know what it lands on. I don't know quite what it is. The foot seems to strike the elbow. So he throws a kick in. It's the knee. Yeah, it's not the kick. It looks like maybe when his foot... It's really hard to know how his... He throws a kick in. The foot connects with Gamrot's knee, but it's not the foot. It's the knee. So I don't know if he's jarred it when he's thrown the kick or he's jarred it as he's put the foot back down. But he's done something to his knee and he's faffed it up for himself. He's messed it up for himself. That's disappointing, isn't it? That's disappointing. So Gamrot has, that's shocking, said Stephen. But you know what? I mean, Fiziev was winning that fight as well. I mean, not by much. And we were only really just into it. I mean, we'd only just got into that second round. So it wasn't by much, but it was enough to say that he was winning the fight. It'll be a TKO. Yeah, it'll be TKO. Gamrot, give him his props. The foot kicked the elbow, said Alex. This is Aubrey said, F Satan, he did this. He did, you know. Bryce Mitchell told us that he took over the world. It's gone and ruined our flipping main event. So he's actually being helped to the back here. He's hobbling to the back. The fight is most certainly done. And he throws in that kick. I don't know if it's when he puts the foot back down. Bang, kick. That looks fine. They're saying that he might have overstretched for the kick. Well, he's being helped away. He's being helped away. And was that a quick card? It was a bit quick tonight. 2 hours 20 on the main cards. But then saying that, we did get some early finishes. And a second round finish in our main event as well. So TKO victory for Gamrot. We'll see what Gamrot's got to say here. Here's Bisping. Gamrot outclassed him. This is not how I would like to win. He's won 6 of his last 7. I prepared a very good defense for his kicks. Bad situation, bad accident. I wish him all the best. So Gamrot saying I did prepare for those kicks. Obviously, I knew that he was going to be throwing them. He said he's looking forward to his next fight. Yeah, disappointing. Disappointing. That is a freak rotational knee injury. Trust me, I've had a few, said Red, White, and Reds. Janess, shout out to you, my friends. Fiziev was doing good, says Jobson. And Ngannou thinks Fury cheats by removing padding or something like that from his gloves. Have you heard of this, and what do you think about it? I have heard about this. To my knowledge, there's no evidence or proof of it. And the gloves are always checked over. So it's one of those that Frank Warren and Tyson would just obviously laugh off. I don't think there's anything to it. I think it's just a bit of mind games. But that is something that has been mentioned in fights before, the amount of like padding being removed and stuff. I can't remember if it was a Tyson Fury fight, though. We watched a fight once, I cannot remember it, where they actually made the boxer take the gloves off so that they could double check it because there was allegations before the fight. I don't think there was any issue, actually. I think they just put on different gloves, but I think when they looked into the gloves that had been removed, it was all fine. My dream fight is the champion, says Gamrot. He'd like to fight Charles Oliveira. There we go. Boom. Cry, Fiziev fanboys, cry. Well, there we go. Gamrot is the victor here tonight. And we are done. That is it. We are done. So, yeah, it was a bit of a quick one this week. Main card doesn't even clock in at 2.5 hours. But, of course, we have still been live for quite a chunk of time. I mean, we're clocking in at nearly 6 hours. They're just showing a slow-mo replay of the knee. I still don't quite get it. Still don't get it. It's still like, still just looks like everything's fine to me. But there's so much that you can tweak in the knee, you know? There's so much that can go wrong in the knee that, yeah, I could understand it. They're just talking about what's coming up. Obviously, no UFC next week, but we do have in 2 weeks' time Dawson against Green. Following that is Yusuf against Barboza. And then, of course, the big one, end of October, Islam Makhachev against Oliveira. I don't think those next cards look all that juicy, to be honest. I'm guessing that a lot of the juicy fights, I suppose in a way a bit like this card, they've pushed a lot of the juicy fights into the recent pay-per-view cards because they have been stacking those pay-per-views. Those pay-per-views have been a lot of fun, and I think they've continued to do that here as well. Like some of the pay-per-view cards that are coming up for the end of the year, and there's not long. I mean, obviously we've only got, 3 months? So there's not long left to go. But yeah, those pay-per-view cards are juicy. So I think there's a few fight nights that look like they're going to suffer as a result. But either way, doesn't matter. There's no UFC next week. And as we said, after that, we return with a couple of so-so cards, but a big, juicy pay-per-view on the way. Red White Red said, I'll tell you right now, Gamrot was about to take Fiziev for 4 rounds. I got here 18 minutes before it started, said Chrome Cobra. Shout out to you, buds. That's a commitment, man. You've been here longer than me. I mean, factually, you've been here longer than me. So appreciate the support, man. Appreciate the support. Jobson said this was the worst UFC show of 2023. Well, you know, it is what it is. You're going to get them. We have been spoilt with some really good stuff this year. So it is what it is. We move on. But yeah, really appreciate people joining us. I hope you had a good evening at least and got something out the cards. You know, that Waterson fight was pretty brutal. We got to see someone get punched in the boob. We got to see Cody Brundage steal a victory against Jacob Malkoun. So, and Mitchell and Ige had some fireworks to it. So there was definitely a few things here. But as we say, we move on. So awesome. Thanks a lot for joining us. Thanks for all the support. Really do appreciate it. Have a great evening and a great weekend. And I will see you again next time. Before we run away, though, let's just have a look quickly at Tapology. I do keep always forgetting to do this. And I'm glad that I remembered. So in joint 10th place is Six Soul with Nosta 75. In joint 8th is Rush 1 with Odd Smoker Steve. Then we've got True Blowjob Gaming, shout out to you, in joint 5th with Stratty the Baddie and Ray K. In joint 3rd is Hype MMA with LFC Bonkers. Then we've got Daddy Made Isaac, but in first place, a Holtberg did hold on, did manage to deliver, and takes the sweet, sweet dub for this week. So awesome. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support, and I will see you again next